I'm here at Minneapolis. It's currently 8:07, as you can see behind me. It's May 3rd, Saturday, and we have the calm before the storm. So regional starts in an hour, and hopefully it goes well. All right, so I just won my game one against Pixie. So game one, he kept a hand of 1 Caves of Koilos, no other lands, 3 Nightmare, 1 Pixie, and then did reasonably, but he drew more lands, but not until a long time later. And even the 1 land he drew was like another pain land, so he just took so much damage off of his pain lands that I was able to eventually just attack him for lethal. And then on game 2, he kept like a hand with a lot of just interaction, but not really any threats. And I was able to just grind through that. He played Rest in Peace, and boarding out the raise package worked as we planned. So it wasn't like the Rest in Peace wasn't completely useless against me, but it was much worse than it usually is. So yep, I'm 2-0 after round 1, and we'll see how the rest of this goes. All right, just went 2-1 against Oculus. Game 1, they kept just 1 Spire Bluff Canal with 3 Torch Towers, which worked well enough for them for a while, but they just didn't draw a second land for too long, and I was able to close out. Game 2, they just had kind of the nuts where they reanimated an Oculus. I managed to kill it, and then they exactly went FOMO, discard, draw, helping hand it back again, and I just got swarmed. I also didn't draw like anything good that game. I had like 2 bats and 2 Hinterland Sanctifiers. And then game 3, managed to land. He got stuck without red at the beginning of the game, so he couldn't cast like Torch and whatnot, and I just managed to land Enduring Innocence, and then like draw more cards, Amalia with life gain, and that just got completely out of hand. Also, Lunar Convocation turned out to be pretty good when I didn't expect it to be. All right, so I'm 3-0, just beat Omniscience. Game 1, I was able to disrupt him long enough to just beat him down. Game 2, he managed to assemble a combo, and I was in this awkward position where I managed to draw all 4 Deep Cavern Bats, but I never had good opportunities to play them. I needed to advance other things I was doing, and the main difference there was I had Amalia in play, triggered it 3 times. I needed to hit an untapped land off of any of them, and I never hit a land off of it. I probably could have maneuvered that game better if I just prioritized the bats over other things. So he comboed and won. And then game 3 was super grindy. We went all the way to time, but I eventually won. And one thing I'm learning is that these Enduring Innocences are really good. They have just been great in basically every matchup, even the matchups where you think the card draw effect would be too slow, they're great. Also, before I sign off here for the 3rd round, shout out to Sass. He's a fan who came and met up with me here at the tournament, and had some really nice, heartwarming things to say. He told me, you know, I got him into Magic with some of my deck guides, so that was really nice to hear. Round 4 done, beat Omniscience again. This one was really tight, very, very close games. Almost didn't win. I happened to draw, so he set up his Omniscience. I knew he was going to do it next turn, and I just happened to draw Ghost back in that turn. To be fair, I had dug a while for it, and I drew multiple cards for Enduring Innocence, but yeah. So round 5 is my first loss, played against Corey Cutter. So game 1, I molded 6, he molded 5, and I was able to just outgrind him. And then the second game, he just had like crazy nuts. Monastery Swiftsphere into Plot, a Slick Shot, then Storm Chaser's Talent, and then I was able to block some of his stuff. He was not attacking for a long time with the Storm Chaser's Talent, and then he draws, immediately attacks with everything, so he has to have drawn Monstrous Rage. So I'm like, okay, sure, I don't block. Obviously, he drew Monstrous Rage. And then I'm doing the calculations, and I'm like, okay, I have multiple ways of gaining multiple life a turn. I have like multiple Case and Hinterland Sanctifiers in my hand and Amalia. So all I need to be able to do is just survive for like 1 turn. So I passed to him, and so from the Monstrous Rage hit, I went to 1. And I'm like, okay, play another creature. I just need to be able to untap. I can block all of his guys, and then I'm good. And what does he do? He draws stock up land, play a 4th creature, attack you, and I can only block 3 of them, so I lose. And then the final game, I should have molded this hand, but it was Caves of Koilos is my only land, and then tons of life gain. I had 2 cases, I had Hinterland Sanctifier and Ellis, and Dreams of Steel and Oil to take his 2-drop, whatever it was, whether it's Slick Shot or Corey Cutter. But I should have just molded that hand, because if I don't draw another land, then the hand is just too slow. I kept the hand, didn't draw another land for multiple turns, and so my plays were basically, I played Case, then I played Dreams. His hand had Slick Shot and Corey Cutter in it, and 2 Ops and a Torch. So I just took Corey Cutter, then he plots Slick Shot. So I untap, still don't draw a land, so I'm just like, okay. At that point, I had drawn Duress, so I'm like, Duress you and take 1 of the Ops. So then he untaps, he plots a 2nd Slick Shot. I untap, I still don't draw another land, so I'm like, okay, play, Case of the Uneaten Feast. He untaps, he plays Storm Chaser's Talent and passes. I finally draw another land, and it's another Caves of Koilos. So I'm like, okay, I play my Sanctifier, even though I know he has Torch, like, what else am I gonna do? I could have not played it, but then I'm not doing anything else. So he then untaps, puts both Slick Shots in play, triple spells, I take 18. What can you do? All right, 5-1, just beat Orzhov Pixie. A lot of back and forth. Notable moments are how I won game 3, which is I'm at 7, he's at 8, and I have a Voice of Victory in play with a counter on it, and he has a Shieldred. I've got Pile On in my hand, but instead of piling on Shieldred on upkeep, I draw, cast Raise the Past, bring back 4 creatures, which includes Ellis and Cathar Commando, then convoke all 4 of those creatures to kill Shieldred, then attack with Voice, which makes 2 tokens, so it deals 4, because remember it has a counter on it. And then when the 2 tokens die on the end step, Ellis will trigger, so he goes to 2, and I have 1 mana left open for Cathar Commando, and his draw was Temp Lockdown, so he couldn't get out of it. All right, 6-1 versus Cutter, so managed to get that one. It was a pretty interesting match. He actually, in our second game, he played Sunspine Links, and he took 5, and I only took 2. I just had like crazy life gain both games. I had Authority of the Consoles on turn 1 in game 2, so he just could not get there. He also cast like 3 stock-ups and just apparently didn't find anything off of them. So yeah, 2 more to go. Whoa, I just finished the penultimate round of the day against Boros Control. Our match went negative 20 minutes overtime and ended in a draw. Yep.
It was close.
Everyone else is very impressed.
Very impressed.
All right, it's the end of day 1. I finished 7-1-1, so I am qualified for day 2. My last match was against Just Got Control, and in game 1, he just never drew a red source the entire game. He only was able to generate red off of a Beza treasure, and then game 2 was just grindy, but I eventually just overwhelmed him. So, yep, see you back here, day 2. All right, it is day 2. I need to go 4-2 today in order to qualify for the Pro Tour, so that means ending up with a result of 11-3-1 or better. All right, so got called to the feature match. Unfortunately, it was the backup feature match, so didn't actually appear on camera. I played against Cutter and unfortunately lost. So game 1, he just did Cutter things with Storm Chaser's talent into Cutter into another talent, Burst Lightning my creature, play a 3rd spell on the same turn, and I just got overwhelmed. Game 2, he mulled to 4. I kept a hand that was 5 lands, Case of the Uneaten Feast, Amalia. So I go Case, Amalia, he bursts it in response. Then he plays Draycatcher, and then for the rest of the game, he never played another spell. And then game 3, we both mulled, and my mull to 6 is just a single Caves of Poilos. However, the rest of my hand is really good. I have 2 hinterlands, Authority of the Consoles, Ellis, Raise the Past, and Karsi. I keep that, I'm like, all right, I've got life gain, I've got Authority right off the bat to slow him down. So all I need to do is draw like a 2nd land, and I can play Ellis, like I've got time. And then I just never drew another land for the entire game. It is what it is. They did say that if I continue to win from here, they would be looking to put me back on the feature match, so hopefully that happens. All right, 7-3-1. Played Just Got Control, and they just had infinite answers to everything. Our first game was over 30 minutes long, and I had multiple bats, saw their hand, and it was 3 Bezas and like Shiko and a removal spell, so I take Shiko and removal spell with my double bats. Then they find Lockdown, take everything back. I find additional bats. I find Enduring Innocence to draw cards. I bat him again. Raise the Past at some point to get back double bat and a ton of creatures. I had like 12 triggers off of Amalia and Snarling Gorehounds. And then he swept again, killed the Lockdown, get everything back, trigger again. He plays Meringue, bounce, Shiko, get Lockdown again. I killed Lockdown, get everything back. He gets the final Lockdown in his deck, erase, get back multiple bats, triggers again. I had I almost lost track. I think I ended the game at like 96 life. He eventually just said, hey, let's stop tracking your life total. It doesn't matter. You're going to mill out before it's relevant, which turned out to be the case. And I wound up losing to just decking out. And then game 2, he just similarly just had every single possible answer to everything. So it is what it is. I'm 7-3-1 now. Have to completely win out in the next 4 rounds. Whoa, I'm here with my buddy Nick after losing again, so I'm no longer in PT contention, so I can only play for prizes now. I just played against Domain, triple Beanstalk in game 1, drew every answer after I batted him, so that happened. And then we actually went to time, and he killed me in turns by going Lockdown, eat all your guys, 0 trip, activate, put 3 Overlords into you. Now, Nick, talk about your match.
All right, so I'm also playing Amalia, and I sit down. My opponent takes up my deck list. I start reading theirs. They're on stock mono red, pretty standard stuff for Mage Riddles in the side as it only changes. He takes a look at my list, looks at it for a minute, asks to read Case. I'm like, all right, here's Case. And he thinks for a minute, looks down at the list, looks at me. All right, you got it, and just concedes the match and leaves.
All right, so for anybody who was sticking around to see if we made the PT, you can click off now, but keep updating you with the rest of the matches. All right, losing streak finally over. Played Oculus, and it was pretty back and forth the first 2 games. I think either of them could have gone either way depending on what happened. And then game 3, he kept a hand of 3 lands, Mako, Oculus, Helping Hand, and Ghost Vacuum. And then he just didn't draw anything after that. He never found a way to bin the Oculus, and I eventually just got there just by attacking him with Amalia, basically. All right, won my last match against Omniscience. We had absolutely craziness. So he was on the version with Invasion of Arcavios and had like Scroll Shift in his deck and a bunch of creatures. So we had games where he would lock down the board and hit a bunch of my creatures and a bunch of his own creatures and Rolling Dragonstorm and whatnot. And then I tried to blow up his lockdown and he responds Scroll Shift of the lockdown. So then all of his creatures re-entered, all of my creatures re-entered. We had to stack all the triggers. So I had multiple sources of life gain, surveilling, and bat looking at his hand, and he had Logi Mills, Oracle Loot, Roiling Loot, resolve all of that. I think I resolved 2 Raise the Past that game, putting just absolutely ridiculous amounts of triggers. I think our trigger resolution took probably like 5 minutes in order to resolve that, but eventually did win the game. And then we've got 1 more to go. All right, lost the last match to Cutter, which means I'm ending the day 9-5-1. Game 1, I bowled 5. He just did Cutter things, and then game 2, he just had infinite answers. So he did have to read a whole bunch of my cards as usual, like a bunch of other opponents. And then I saw that in his list, specifically in his sideboard, he had 4 torches on top of the 4 bursts that he has in his main deck, along with 2 braids, another Flood Maw on top of the Flood Maws he's already playing, and then 4 Sunspinelets. So he asks, hey, can I read your Elspeth from the sideboard? I don't think you're bringing it in, but can I read it anyway? I ultimately decided I'm going to bring in Elspeth because I need to kill his 4 Lynxes that shut off my life gain. So we play, and it's just like non-stop Cutter aggression. Every time I played anything that could walk his creatures, he would either torch or flood it, and I just wound up going really low. I had a turn where I desperately needed to draw 5th land to play Gix's command, which would have let me blow his board up and then gain some life that I desperately needed to gain, and I missed. And then I had to chunk block and go all the way down to 1 life. Then I finally drew the 5th land, Gix, and killed all his board and got 2 guys back. But he was untapping with a Cutter in play, me at 1 life. So he just untapped, plays stock up, plays another spell, Cutter, killed me. And then afterwards, I say, oh yeah, I actually did wind up boarding in the Elspeth. And he was like, why? And I go, oh, because it kills your Lynxes, because I need to stop them because I have all this life gain. And he goes, oh my gosh, your deck gains life? I completely forgot about that, and I didn't board any of the Lynxes in. Is what it is. So I was 108th going into this round, which means that loss probably means that I can't prize. Prizing goes down to 128th, so unless something crazy happened, I don't think I'm going to make it. But I did have fun. I think this format is absolutely terrible, but this deck is really fun to play despite that, and we already know a bunch of changes we want to make to make it better, so I'm going to probably keep doing that, and we'll update you then. So, take care.
Most important thing when you come home, guys, make sure you made your bed ahead of time. That way you don't have to do it when you're tired from a long plane ride and the weekend of Magic.
All right, how's everybody doing? So this is the data that we got after the tournament showing, so this is the top 32 decks right here on the left. This is a matrix of all of the decks that were in the tournament and their various win percentages, how many total decks people were playing of them. So obviously Is It Prowess at 447 was the most represented. The day 2 conversion, meaning how many of the people who are on those decks actually had records of X2 or better in order to make day 2, and what percentage of the metagame they made up on day 2, what the conversion percentage was of people moving over. If you're curious, Amalia is, where is it? It is right here. So apparently there was one other person. So it was me and 2 of my teammates, and apparently one other person also registered Amalia, but they were on a different version of the deck than we were. So between us, we had a 71.4% win rate, but that's not really saying too much because it was only 4 people on the deck. 3 of us, one of our teammates didn't make it. So it was me, one of my teammates, and the other person who registered got to 3 into day 2. And so our conversion rate was 75%. And then this just shows the rest of it. This also shows a matrix down here in the lower area of each deck's win rate percentage against every other deck, mostly all the top decks. So it's showing all the top ones here, so it's not showing the others. It's showing all the ones down to mono black demons right here, I believe. Or it's just mainly showing like the top decks. So, and as you can see here from the top 32, the most represented deck in the top 32 is obviously Cutter. Is it Prowess if you prefer? And then there's like some other decks, and it's pretty much what you would expect. Jeskai Oculus, Omni, there's a little bit of Control. 2 Xur decks made it. There's 1 Esper Pixie, 1 Orzhov Pixie, 1 Mono Red deck made it. 1 Dimir Mid made it. 1 Mono Black Demons made it, but overwhelmingly represented by Cutter. Anyway. So before we move on, how do you keep focus during these... hang on, let me actually put some music on. Okay. How do you keep focus during these long tourney days? I feel fried after 5 matches on a casual tourney day. I don't know. Different people. I mean, I definitely do get tired. Usually around... I think it's usually around the... what? If you have a 9-round day, it's usually around like the 8-hour mark or something, the 7 to 8 hour mark that I start to get incredibly tired, and it starts affecting my performance at that point. Meaning I'm usually on either the penultimate or final round of the day before I'm starting to get really tired. Just found your channel today. Really like it. You're the only person I've found that's even close to this informative and knowledgeable about race. Thank you, James Sanderson. For Sass that I talked about earlier, the fan who met up with me at the convention center, he wanted me to sign a Cabal coffers, but he forgot the coffers. So he said he was going to go and buy a coffers at the convention center from one of the vendors, and then we meet back up. But I never met him again on day 2. So Sass, if you do see this stream, you are welcome to you can send me a message, and I will give you my address where you can mail a coffers to me, and as long as you give me a return envelope, I will sign it and send it back to you. Is this list what you would say is fairly optimized as far as what I could take to the ladder? I see it says pre-RC. Yeah, okay, so this is the list that I was practicing prior to Minneapolis. So I'm going to go through the evolution of the deck. So the main difference with this version, that is not the version that we were playing even prior to this, is that we figured out that Amalia plus life gain could essentially function as a second Snarling Gorehound. So one of the problems was you couldn't get stuff into your graveyard fast enough, and Gorehound was the best card in this version of the deck because it just fed your graveyard super fast. But we didn't have a second Gorehound in the format. Amalia plus life gain essentially becomes that second Gorehound. However, and you can see this from me playtesting. I've got a bunch of streams archived on YouTube that you can watch of me playtesting this or a similar version to this version of the deck prior to the RC. And the issue is that the Cutter, Corey Steel Cutter changed the metagame. So not only Corey Steel Cutter itself, but other decks reacting to it. And the problem is everything is super fast now, and you just do not have the time to cast Raise or all of these like dinky creatures. A lot of the creatures wind up being worse than normal. So for example, Market Gnome, in a lot of cases, sometimes your Prowess opponent will pump everything to 2 power and attack you, and then Market Gnome blocking doesn't die, which you'd think that would be a good thing, but it actually isn't, because you really want it to die in order to gain the life and draw a card. And so sometimes they will just attack you with a bunch of stuff. You'll block a Steel Cutter token, and it won't die. And then just a lot of the other cards wound up being worse. Everyone's playing 1 mana, very efficient removal, including things that exile, like Torch the Tower. So just a lot of this stuff has become worse than it ever has been. Zahir is one of the cards that is really good in this deck, except against aggro. It's bad against aggro, and all the decks have like oriented towards either being aggro or they're just really fast. And that is a problem. So like Zahir, Greedy Freebooters, this deck used to play 4 Greedy Freebooters, and you just cannot afford to do that. The Vermins are also not great at killing things anymore, because people are moving towards Is It Prowess instead of Mono Red aggro or Gruul Mice. Another problem The Is It Prowess lists get to play Spell Pierce, and they get to bring in additional counter spells, which makes the raise plan even worse than normal. So before, if you were playing against aggro, the only thing you would have to worry about is maybe they'd bring in Ghost Vacuum or something. Now, they have that plus counter spells, and they're faster, and more consistent about finding things. So yeah. So this version of the deck just wound up being not good enough. I was going to take it to the RC because I didn't, like, this was the only deck I'd had any practice with, and so I was going to take it, and then the week before, Dylan messages me and says, hey, they've been testing this new version of Raise the Past, and they think it's way better, and so I played some games with that, and yes, it turned out to be way better. So this is the pre-RC version, so now let me show you the version we took. So this is the version... hang on. Okay. This is the version of the deck that we took to Minneapolis. So, as you can see, this version is much more mid-rangey. It's not all in on the Raise the Past plan. There's only 2 Raise the Past in the deck. Snarling Gorehound, previously like the best card in our deck aside from Raise, is not even in the deck anymore. We're not playing any of the sack outlet stuff. There's no Market Gnomes, there's no Freebooters, there's no Gnawing Vermin, there's no Bartolomes, there's no Zahers. All of that is gone. And instead, the deck is intending to play this more of a mid-range plan that also has Raise in the deck. Yeah, I saw Ashliz talking about it as playing this version you took. If you've got a link to that, well, actually, YouTube deletes links. If you know how I can go find that, I guess Ashliz, I will check it out afterwards. Ashliz. Okay. I'll take a look at that later. Anyway. So what's the idea here? The idea is that, yes, you do still have Raise the Past, but it's mostly, like, it's basically a whole different deck at this point. So, while it still has Raise in it, it's much more about being like a mid-range value plan. So there's still 2 Gorehounds, there's still 2 Raise, but the main thing is to use life gain in order to stay alive, and in particular in combination with Amalia to just get crazy value off of Amalia. And then we have cards like Deep Cavern Bat to take their stuff. We have Sinkhole Surveyor, 3 Enduring Innocence, Karsi Revenant to block against aggro. We're playing a whole bunch of cards that don't even get raised. So, like, we've got all these 3 mana creatures. We have Cathar Commando in the main now, which is a 3 power creature, so it doesn't even trigger off of Gorehound. So, that's the main idea here, and mainly the deck is revolving around, like, either getting a bunch of value off of Amalia, or you draw a bunch of cards off Enduring Innocence. And we also have Case of the Onion Feast as a pseudo Raise the Past, because sometimes you can just solve this case later in the game, cast a bunch of creatures from your graveyard. It won't bring everything back like Raise will, but it's, like, close enough. Ashlazel, she's pretty big here. On here, she played it. I wanted to ask, why no Cleric Bats, and do you not like Essence Channeler? So I will get into the deck, but to answer that, so the... I don't know which card you're referring to by Cleric Bat, but I assume you mean Starscape Cleric. So, the problem with this card is it is terrible when you're not doing something big with it. So, 2 mana, 2/1 that cannot block is awful. Same deal with the Essence Channeler. So... And we did try playtesting Essence Channeler, Ajani's Pridemate, Souls of the Lost. Like, we've tried playing these big, dumb creatures before, and they're just never good. They're not good in combo versions of the deck that are trying to raise a bunch of things because they don't do anything, and they're not good in mid-rangey versions of the deck because they don't give you any value. So, and also, some notable things here are the mana base now contains 2 Greater Ration Cities, 2 Restless Fortress. And so the main idea here was you're just a solid mid-range deck that is good at interacting with your opponent, and eventually you win the game just through beating them down normally. You have a big Amalia, or you just do chip damage a whole bunch. You can also do some pretty big raise turns. And then, like, LS can make it so that they have terrible blocks, and if they kill any of your stuff, they wind up taking a bunch of damage off of it. Another good thing about this version is, so the previous version, your deck would be pretty good, and then your opponent would bring in their Rest in Pieces and their Ghost Vacuums, and then your deck would just suck in the second game. Because your opponent would play one Rest in Peace, and you would instantly lose. This version, you can just side out Raze, side out Gorehound, and the deck still functions perfectly fine as an Orzhov mid-range deck. And in fact, that is what we did in most of our matches. Most of the time, we would just side out both Razes and both Gorehounds. Sometimes we wouldn't, but most of the times we would. Over here on the sideboard, we have Dreams of Steel and Oil, Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuums, and then we have Get Lost, Beza for the anti-aggro. Elspeth Stormslayer was in here as it's another big threat that is hard to deal with, that doesn't rely on our graveyard. In particular, the -3 ability we plan to use against mono red, so obviously a huge part of our game plan revolves around life gain. We have 8 different Soul Sisters effects and Amalia plus Ellis. I guess that's 10 different Soul Sisters effects. And so if our mono red opponents are going to have Screaming Nemesis and Sunspine Links, so we need ways of killing those, and Elspeth kills both of those. It's also fine to bring in against like Oculus, where it blows up Oculus, Tursa, Scholar. And it's fine in grindy matchups too, because it's like another big threat. Authority of the Consoles was anti-aggro, and so prior to this version of the deck, like we had considered Authority before, but it just didn't advance our game plan in any way. But in this deck specifically, where Amalia gets triggered off the life gain, it actually is good in this deck, so we have had an Authority in the sideboard. Go for the Throat. Strategic Betrayal was the worst card in the sideboard, and also my teammates disagreed on it, and I believe both of them wound up not playing it and played something else. I did not have enough time to test anything. The idea behind Strategic Betrayal is that it's a really good card against Oculus on curve. So let's say they go turn 2, play FOMO, discard an Oculus, setting it up to reanimate on the next turn, and then you just go Strategic Betrayal. It kills the FOMO that's in play and exiles their graveyard. The problem was that in practice, if you didn't have it exactly on turn 2, it wasn't very good, and it wasn't very good against anything else either. It was the worst version of Graveyard Hate in our sideboard against any deck where it mattered. So, for example, against like Jeskai Control with Shiko, sure, this edicts the Shiko, but then they still got the value off of playing the Shiko in the first place. Also, those decks play White Overlord and Beza, so they would often just have like random other things around that the Strategic Betrayal wasn't good against. Similarly, like against Oculus, if they just had multiple creatures in play, like it would be fine, but not great. If they already reanimated their Oculus, then it's terrible. Not good against the Omniscience decks. So yeah, this card definitely should have been something else. Lunar Convocation was great. This is also a card that every single opponent that I played against had to ask what it did. It is just like a solid grindy card. It gives you tokens, it drains your opponent slightly. The main benefit of it is making the bat token. So since you have to lose life, the ways that you lose life here are either Sinkhole Surveyor trigger, or you could just like take damage off caves in order to get the bat. And if you got the bat, you usually would also have some Soul Sister effect in play anyway, so taking the damage was not relevant. And then the greed would also come into play if it was a particularly grindy matchup. Then there's Lord Skitter, who is basically a black Rabble Master that exiles graveyards. So he's great against decks like Jeskai Control, Omniscience, and Jeskai Oculus, where you need to exile things from their graveyard, but it also just pressures them in a way that something like Ghost Vacuum doesn't. Creatures in the sideboard as more card advantage effects, similar to Enduring Innocence that we would bring in, although these wound up being really good, and Enduring Innocence wound up being good. I'll talk about that later. And there was Gix's Command, which was just for Gix's Command stuff. So one of the things we found out pretty early on was that Enduring Innocence is cracked in this deck. It's like the best card to draw, and we always wanted 4 of it. We didn't play 4 of it, but yeah, we should have. And then even the Preachers are potentially main deckable as well. Other things to discuss. So Case of the Uneaten Feast is nice, but you didn't... just because you're playing all this life gain doesn't necessarily mean that you can gain 5 life in a turn. If you did gain 5 life in a turn, you're never getting like 5 creatures at once unless you're casting Raise the Past. So the ways that you gain 5 life a turn is usually you will put 1 to 2 creatures into play with some of these Soul Sisters effects and also attack with life gain, whether that be Enduring Innocence, Bat, or sometimes Karsi. It was never like I play a bunch of creatures and then this triggers. It was usually I play some life gain effect and then attack you with a life linker and then finally get to 5. And this card was fine. Sometimes you do sack it and then cast a bunch of stuff out of your graveyard, so that's pretty nice. Hinterland is also fine, but these life gain effects are much, much worse when you don't have Amalia. Like, the best starts to the deck are turn 1 life gain source, turn 2 Amalia. Although Amalia is only a 2/2, so if they just have the removal, they can kill it. Also, a lot of times, you will trigger Amalia, and then you will reveal a land, and it will not go up on the counter, so all the removal still kills it. And sometimes you trigger it, get a non-land, and then even as a 3/3, it still dies to Torch or whatever anyway. Ellis wound up being pretty mediocre, actually. The problem is that without the Bartolome plan, you don't have a way of just losing all of your guys. And so as a result, it's really just a 2-mana life gaining card like these dudes, which is just way worse because it's a life gainer at 2 instead of 1. Why not Authority of the Console against Hate? It is a big winner. There's Authority over here in the sideboard. The Gorehound also wound up being not very good. Basically, without Raise the Past being a big part of the game plan, with the deck mostly relying on this mid-range plan, it was not nearly as good to try to bin stuff for Raise the Past, although it is still good, but not nearly as much, and that's borne out by being able to just side it out all the time. A Cathar Commando is in particular more important than usual because we always used to play, it was Cathar and Felidar Cub. The problem is there are artifacts that you need to hit. In particular, obviously Corey Steelcutter is one of them. Another big one is Ghost Vacuum out of the sideboard, but just even putting those aside, the fact that it's instant speed, both casting and activating it, is just so important, especially your opponent's casting lockdowns or whatever. There's a huge difference in the play pattern between you have a Felidar Cub in play and they cast a removal spell to kill it and then cast temporary lockdown versus they cast temporary lockdown and then you flash in commando and kill it. How well did Revenant work for you? I will get to that. Sorry, I didn't see it. My bad. Great explanation. Thank you, Edian. So we do have a Get Lost. So the original version, the only removal spells that we actually liked were Pile-On. Get Lost had this huge problem of it was just so bad against the aggro decks where they would you would cast this, kill something, and then they would use the map tokens on their freaking Heartfire hero or their Emberheart Challenger. The thing is, the format is so blisteringly fast that sometimes this just doesn't matter. There's also enough enchantments that this hits that it's relevant, especially Temporary Lockdown, which has gotten a boost because of Izzet Prowess being a thing. Also, Izzet Prowess is now the de facto red aggro deck, so they don't have the advantage of all the mice bullshit that the maps would be a problem for. So this wound up being more important than usual. And in fact, in this particular version of the deck, Pile-On was less good. And so if I had to run the deck back, it would just be 1 Pile-On and 2 Get Lost. I was watching you with your teammate in glasses against the domain player. Saw that was a grinder. Sad you guys didn't get on coverage. It was super awesome to meet you in person. Thank you, Sasson. Yeah, so if you weren't here earlier and you just joined, I did say that if you want to mail me the Cabal coffers, because we didn't get a chance to meet on day 2, you can do that. And as long as you give me a return envelope, I'll sign it and send it back. But yeah, it was great to meet you too. Voice of Victory was pretty good. Voice is in this awkward position of... It's a slightly hard to attack with it, obviously, because it's only a 1/3, which means your opponents can usually easily block it, and this deck doesn't have that much removal in it. But with that said, the format is so freaking aggro that a lot of times your opponent just won't leave any blockers back anyways. And having the ability to shut off your opponent being able to interact on your turn is surprisingly good, even if you don't specifically, even if it's even outside the situations where your opponent has Spell Pierce or Raise the Past, it's just good. It's just a generally good effect. What's up, Chris? Welcome. Then there's Deep Cavern Bat. So Deep Cavern Bat, obviously, it allows you to play against decks like Omniscience and whatnot and still be able to interact with them. The problem is people have just too much removal, and so the bat, these guys never survive. Your opponents eventually find even if you take their removal, they eventually just find more removal because this deck doesn't kill them particularly quickly. But it is useful in slowing them down. So I'm torn on whether the bat is good or not. It seems okay. I wonder if my opinion would sour if I took the bat out and then the deck performed worse, obviously. Okay, so the big one here, Sinkhole Surveyor. Oh, also the bat is relevant as a source of flying lifelink, which is usually not blockable. That triggers Amalia. So then Sinkhole Surveyor. So the idea here was this card should hypothetically be great in your deck, right? So the main thing would be to make a token, which is good with obviously all of your life gain. If you do have a Gorehound, it triggers that too. It is a repeatable way of triggering Enduring Innocence. And in particular, any curve that is turn 2 Sinkhole, turn 3 Enduring Innocence, attack, make a token, trigger the Innocence immediately, which you're normally not able to do, is obviously really good. And there are also situations where you can... so let's say you're playing against, you know, whatever, Pixie, is it Prowess, whatever. Those decks can all kill 3 toughness creatures. Well, you might be able to attack, put a counter on it, and then it's a 2/4, right? And then it can attack into their flyers. They can't know where to run it anymore. They can't torch it anymore. The problem is, in practice, this just wound up not being that great. It forces you to be in a position where you're attacking your opponent, where this deck is usually on defense. It makes you lose a life, which sometimes you just won't have the life gain to offset that. Like, sometimes you just have to attack with it, and you don't have a hinterland or a case in play. And it's a unimpactful turn 2 play. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't block particularly well either. I mean, it's okay on the block, but if you're not attacking with it, you're not getting any value out of it. So the Sinkhole Surveyor ultimately wound up being a card that I would not have played if I had known how it was going to function. I think, whereas most of the cards in the deck, you could tweak the numbers on them, Sinkhole Surveyor, I think, is actually actively not very good. And this was one of the cards that I wound up siding out a lot. You have to bring multiple tokens for these tournaments, by the way, or can you just use dice? You can use anything to represent a token. Dice is usually not a good way of representing it, though, because dice get knocked around and can be easily misrepresented. I like to have the actual tokens for everything that I make, and in this deck, I brought a shitload of tokens to the tournament and had them all sleeved. But I know that... But you don't need the token necessarily. Anything can represent a token. Basically, I believe the rule is anything can represent a token as long as you can represent that the token is tapped or not tapped. Really sweet. I might take you up on that. Couldn't find a Coffers Day 2, and I was busy at the 10K the whole day Sunday. Gotcha. It's better to use a separate token for each token since dice could be misconstrued as counters. Or just... It's not easy to represent dice being tapped. You can easily knock dice over. They don't allow you to use dice to track things like life totals, how much mana you have in your pool, etc. And it's because you can accidentally knock the dice over and then you don't know like what it was at before. Honestly, dice are not good at representing counters either because for the same reason, but it's harder to misrepresent that stuff. Anyway. And then there's Amalia, which is obviously great, but only great when you have the life linking. When you don't have it, then she's just a 2/2 that does nothing. And then Ellis, I already talked about. Lauren was fine as well, but I believe that we wanted Lauren to be... So after playing the deck, basically, we wanted Lauren to just be a second Cathar Commando and for Lauren to be in the sideboard, because it is good. But just the way the game's played out, we would have preferred it to just be another Cathar. And then, as I said, Enduring Innocence was great. Should have been 4 of on this card. Carsey Revenant. So the idea behind Carsey Revenant was we wanted something that was just a good blocker, right? This blocks everything in the air, on the ground, whatever. It always trades with it because it has Death Touch and has lifelink. And then the renew is not irrelevant. So the obvious best things to renew are 1, Voice of Victory, because you want to get the trigger off of it, but it's hard to attack into your opponent. So if you just put Flying Death Touch onto Voice, it means that it's much easier to attack with it. The other one is Amalia, where you make your Amalia like 4+ power, and then you just give it lifelink and flying, and then not only does it trigger itself, but it's like really good at racing. In practice, this didn't actually happen that much, and it's not as good as a blocker as you might think because it just dies a lot. So a 3/3, like obviously any of your creatures could get killed by removal spells, but being a 3/3 means it does die to nowhere, it does die to a Torch the Tower that's been bargained. It gets bounced by Floodmaw and this town, which are horrible when you have this 3/3 that you just play and it has no effect on entering the field. So, like, those are kind of problems. And this is another one where I'm not sure if I would play Carsey again if I was taking this into a tournament. So the main ones are like Sinkhole and Carsey are the ones that are iffy. Now, for the lands, Greater Ration City was good. It is just another way of triggering stuff, in particular Enduring Innocence. And it just gave you to do something with your dead creatures when you didn't have Raise or when you sided out Raise in the sideboard games. But then Restless Fortress, I really did not like. So there were times where I would get my opponent pretty low and then like I could get in the final bit of damage with it, but the fact that it enters tapped is a big problem, and most of the time you cannot activate this. It also attacks just horribly. A lot of times your opponent can just like double block this thing and kill it, or sometimes even just single block it and kill it, and it never takes anything with it in combat is a huge problem, and it's awful on defense. And one of the also big problems with this deck is Greater Ration City entering tapped. I would have much preferred Backstreet over the Restless Fortress because it means that City enters untapped. Also, this deck is very much looking to find specific cards. Like in particular, it always wants to find Enduring Innocence, and I think surveilling for that is a better use of lands than the Restless Fortress. And another thing to point out is, so how many lands do we have? Yeah, so there's 22 lands in this version of the deck. This version, we agreed afterwards, should really be 23. You always want to play a land every turn, at least for the first 3 turns, and we always wanted to get up to 3 for Enduring Innocence, and one of the problems that we encountered during this tournament was just not having enough lands and getting mono screwed. You always wanted to get to at least 3. So yeah, I already talked about the stuff in the sideboard. So that's where we ultimately left this at. And we started thinking about, okay, what does this deck actually want to do? So yeah, okay, that's fine. So I've created 2 different post-RC versions of the deck. So I've made a version that goes more in on the mid-range plan and a version that goes more in on the combo plan. So I'll take a look at both of them. We're going to playtest both of those today. So this is the one that is the mid-range version of the deck that I would switch to at this point. Obviously, I haven't tested this yet, so this is up in the air still. But so the main thing is, you can see I've removed one of the Ellises, so now we only have one. Skrelv. So I've taken out the Gorehounds because they, again, are not very good when you're not all in on it. But Skrelv was one card that we thought about that we think is actually good. So on paper, this card doesn't look that good because it's like a 1/1 that can't block, which seems horrible. But a big thing is that we want our Amalias to survive, and we want our Bats to survive. And Skrelv helps us do both of those. Also, one of the problems with the deck was, yes, you had all these life gain effects, but if you're just delaying your opponent slightly with life gain, that's not good enough. You need your life gaining cards to actually do something. Now, Amalia is one payoff for that, but the problem is there really isn't another one. But one thing you can do is you can use your life as a resource. So Skrelv effectively is free in this deck with so much life gain. Man, it seems super interesting to develop these insights after a tourney. I always feel stupid when I don't do any of this after a tournament. Yeah, it's one of those things like, man, if only we'd thought of this ahead of time. So Skrelv mainly to protect Amalia. Depending on how good Skrelv is, this might be more or less than 2 copies. Obviously, it sucks that it's legendary in that regard. Like, if it wasn't legendary, I would instantly probably put just like 4 of them in the deck. But without that, I'm not sure how good it actually is. So I'm going to start it on 2, and we're going to test how good Skrelv is. Because, yeah, the big problems are you would play Bat, and then they would just kill it and get their thing back. And Amalia, you would play it, and even if you triggered it, they would just kill it. The second thing is, yeah, so I've made some of the other changes I talked about. Like, here's the 2 Get Lost and 1 Pile On instead of the other way around. Here's the 2 Cathars with Lauren gone. Here's the 4 Enduring Innocences. Move the Preachers to the main board. I've cut Bat down to only 3 copies. That might be wrong. I'm not sure. And then I've added in 3 Caustic Broncos. So the main thing is, like, yeah, the card draw effects are the best ones and are, like, pretty paramount for the deck to work. And so I've just got them in here as another thing that uses our life as a resource and that draws cards. It is a little awkward that nothing in this deck really saddles it. Like, there's Cathar Commando. If you've triggered Amalia and gotten a counter on it, that's another thing. But then after that, it's nothing. You need multiple creatures, but I think that's fine. There's also lots of situations where we just have like hinterlands and like other random creatures sitting around that we're not attacking with. So I want to test Bronco as well. It's possible Bronco is also just like a sideboard only card. Like maybe this card's only good against the slower decks like Omni, Jeskai Control, etc. But I wanted to test this out. It's also very possible that Voice of Victory should just have more copies. Yeah, so Sinkhole's completely gone. I've removed Carsey from this version. And then, so some of the other things are Enduring Tenacity. So one of the problems with the mid-range deck is now that we don't have the Bartolome plan, you just don't have a good way to kill your opponent quickly. So previously, you would just reanimate everything, and then you'd have a Bart and an Ellis in play, and you would just sack all your guys, and Ellis would kill them. But now we don't have that. And we also need a way to make our life total useful. So we've got Enduring Tenacity as a card that is like not embarrassing like Starscape Cleric, and that actually kills our opponent. So that is going to be one of our win cons over here. Then I've got only one Raise the Past instead of two. In particular, cutting the Gorehounds. I mean, these fill the graveyard up a lot slower. And then Revenge of the Rats. So Revenge of the Rats is a card we'd gone back and forth on in testing, and it does a couple of things. First of all, a lot of times you just like won't have that many things in the graveyard for a raise. Secondly, it's really nice to have a card that you can bin to Amalia. So like sometimes you trigger Amalia or Gorehound if we were still playing it a bunch of times, and then you find like raise on top of your deck. Well, sometimes you would just like to get that thing into your graveyard and keep going and keep exploring or surveilling more. Or you just don't, sometimes you just like have enough mana that you could cast this if you drew it, but you didn't draw it. So you can just put it in your graveyard and cast it. It also plays much better into counter spells than Raise does, because you can play Revenge, and if they counter it, well, you still get to flash it back. It essentially gives you like double the Raise the Past effect, since it's 2 casts in 1 card. It's also important that it gives you a card that uses your graveyard as a resource without depleting your graveyard. So if you have 2 Raise the Past and you cast 1, now the second one doesn't do anything, but this allows you to get a bunch of rat tokens and then still cast Raise if you find it later. So it doesn't affect your graveyard in that way as well. So we wanted that. I believe I increased this to 23 lands. Yeah, okay, so I've increased it to 23 lands. I still have a Restless Fortress in here as a one-of, but I've made it Backstreet. We debated what the 23rd land should be, but we kind of agreed that it should just be a basic swamp. We do want cards like Fountain Port and whatnot, but the problem is the deck is super color hungry, and every time we've tried playing some utility land that doesn't generate colors before, it's just always been bad. And then I fixed up some of the sideboard here, so there's now 2 Authority of the Consuls instead of only 1. That's something that we felt that we really wanted after playing it. It's also possible that Authority might even be so good that it's main deckable because we have like Amalia, but I'm not sure about that. I've added another Get Lost to the sideboard, or rather, since we already have 2 in the main now, it was just kept a Get Lost, Go for the Throat, Lunar Convo, Lauren's in the sideboard now. We debated whether we wanted a sweeper, and we didn't play one at the tournament, but I've put one here. Elspeth still here. I didn't get a lot of testing with Elspeth. I think I only cast it once in the whole tournament, so I want to see if it's still good. Like, I actually want to play more with it. I took out Gix's Command. Gix's Command just felt mediocre every single time I played it, so it makes me think it's not that good. But other than that, and then the 3rd Ghost Vacuum over any other source of graveyard hate, because Ghost Vacuum was sometimes, it's really, really good against Jeskai Control. It's really, really good against Omniscience. It's really, really good against Oculus. And most of the time, I just wished that I had more Ghost Vacuums for those matchups. So now we've got 3. So this is the mid-range version of the deck. We're going to see if this works out. And then here's the more all-in on the combo version of the deck. So this version, I want to see if this is viable. So it's 4 Raise and Revenge of the Rats. We're on Pylon with no other removal. So you can see it's similar. I'm up to 4 Gorehounds, and we've cut a lot of the other stuff. So we're down to just 2 Enduring Innocence, because this version is less like mid-rangey, obviously. I think this version is also on fewer lands. Yeah, 21 lands, because the Gorehounds help supplement that by digging you for cards. And 21 lands is the number of lands we played in the original version of Raise. And then I do have the Starscape Clerics in this version. So if this version is going to be more all in on just Raising the Past, we do need a way to kill our opponent. And since it's not Bart, it's going to be Starscape. I also put Wreckage Wicker Folks in here. I kept the bats in this version. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, or if we should just be all in on Raise. But we do need a way to pivot off of the Raise plan for the sideboard, which this, like the all-in versions with Gorehounds and Raise, have not had in the past. I think I also made the sideboard a little different. Yeah, I kept the Preachers in the sideboard. Obviously, because we're not on the mid-range version of the deck. But I believe it, other than that, it's like pretty close. There's 2 Get Lost on the board, 2 Authority. Yeah, so it should be pretty similar. Anyway, with all that said, if anyone has any questions before we move on, I'll field those. But I think we're going to start with considering that the mid-range deck is the one that I actually played at the tournament. That's the one that we're going to test first, and then we'll see about the combo version to see if this one's still viable as well. Or I don't know, maybe we start with the combo version first, because it's more exciting, and it's also, I suspect it's also not going to be good, but who knows. And then we can just, like, get off of this one, and then move back to the mid-range. You know what? Let's let fate decide. Combo? Mid-range. Which one's it gonna be? Mid-range it is. That's what we're playing first. How'd you do? I wound up 154th place, which was not good enough to prize, and I was 9 wins. 9 wins, 5 losses, and 1 draw. However, I will caveat that with the draw and one of the losses was entirely my fault. I don't know that I necessarily wouldn't have drawn or lost those matches, but those outcomes were made certain because of my actions. I kept a hand that I should not have kept. I should have mulliganed instead, which led to a loss. And I also took a sequence that I shouldn't have taken in the draw, where I was going through a giant Amalia chain, and I wound up binning Cathar Commando instead of keeping it on top. If I had kept it on top, I would have been able to blow up my opponent's Caretaker's talent, which was the reason that he was able to pump his lifelink tokens and put me in a position where I could never attack him back for enough to kill him. Oh, another card that we also looked at, which I think I should mention, is this. So, some of the white decks get to play Caretaker's talent, and the final mode on that of plus 2ing your tokens is actually relevant. And right now, our deck doesn't have any way of doing anything like that, so we've got all these, like, dinky creatures like Hinterland Sanctifier that just don't do anything. We would love some kind of an Anthem effect in the deck, and we don't have one. We can't play Caretakers because we don't make enough tokens for that to be relevant. Too many of our threats are not tokens. But this is one way of potentially doing it. However, we won't necessarily always have 7 life more than our starting. Although this obviously helps with that. And we do have a ton of life gaining effects. But this is potentially another card to test out. If we're going to test it out, though, we're going to need 4 of them in the main, not just 1. We also thought about cards like Resplendent Angel, just like any cards that are life gain related that might be like good payoffs in the end. Also grab some new cards for a Spicy Pauper deck that's doing really well at the moment. 6 Land Spy. 6 Land Spy. Huh. Was it nerve-wracking at all, or you used to it? No, it wasn't. I'm used to it. I mean, I got nervous when I thought we were going to be on coverage, and then we turned out not to be. That kind of sucked. All right. So, I believe, am I knocked down to platinum right now? I'm not sure. We're at gold right now. Okay. So, let's jump into best of 3 standard with post RC mid-range. So that's what we're doing first. Sure. Ranked? Yes. By the way, guys, that's too loud. It sounds really loud to me. Alright, sure. Discard of Plains. Alright. Well, swing. Yep, there's another one. All right, discard Bleach Bone. Okay, so now we play Innocence, and then we just pass with Scrolled Up. I'm kind of shocked that we haven't drawn anything else by this point. Sun Pearl, pick the thing up, make us discard another card. I'm going to discard Plains. Because there's nothing that we have on 4 mana that we want to cast right now. I guess Enduring Tenacity is one of them, but I'd like more card selection. All right. So now we play Hinterland. Oh, another reason we wanted... Jesus. Another reason we wanted Skrelv was because we had a hard time attacking with Amalia before. And this is a way of allowing us to attack through enemy boards. They are blocking. Well, no. Yeah. We don't actually have another thing to follow it up with. Yeah, so they're choosing not to. Backstreet, what's next? Jesus. I mean, we have no creatures in our graveyards at the moment, so get rid of it. And then I just played a land, so end. Relv, you mean Plankton from SpongeBob. You're right, Max. I do mean Plankton from SpongeBob. Kaido. Yep. All right, are we stunning something, or are we drawing a card? Getting an emblem, sure. Ooh, a bat. All right, what do you got? Let's make sure we draw first so that I know what I have before I choose what I'm taking from them. Okay. Nowhere and double Kieran, so we're taking Nowhere. And then... I can't actually kill Kaido unless... So what would I care if they tried to kill? I guess if they played a removal spell and killed Bat, I would care about that. So let's attack Kaido for 3. Then we'll play Hinterland and the land. Make sure we don't have anything in our hand that's extra because it can get discarded. It's hexproof from the color and unblockable from the color. Okay. You feel the deck draws better in real life versus the Arena Shuffler. Well, I've only played this deck once so far, so I don't think so. Yeah, we'll just take 4. That's fine. We can't prevent ourselves from taking damage. They can just go Kieran, bounce to Nightmare, hit us again. So there's no reason to chump block here just to prevent, like, the Surveil ability. Because we can't actually prevent it. All right. Oh yeah, why did I even bother attacking this when they can just pick it back up? Wow, we are drawing like absolute shit, eh? Okay, well, attack here. Do I want to expend my Skrelv to attack through their Kieran that they play to block the bat? Maybe. Nah, not really. Just swing like this. I mean, like, raised decks in general, I always flood out when I need gas, like, all the time. Alright, play this. Then Kieran comes in. I assume they're going to pick up... Well, obviously one of them's picking up the Nightmare. I don't think another one's going to pick up Kaido. But maybe they will. They didn't play Kieran at all. They did nothing. That really surprises me. Alright, no blocks. 0. They didn't put it in the graveyard, so they found exactly what they wanted. Stock up, sure. No Anchorage, and then Pixie picks this thing up, and then our hinterlands don't have a good attack anymore. Presumably they'll just replay that. No? Alright, well, play this first, so that we draw a card. Another Enduring Innocence, you say? Sure. Although I won't be able to play whatever we get off of it. Oh yeah, actually let's attack first to see if they block. So, swing here, and that'll be good enough. Alright, well, play this. Then we do not draw, but we gain some life. Back to you. I cannot believe they didn't play Kieran on either Kieran at all on the turn they had it. And they didn't replay Nightmare either. Like, what else are you going to do with it? Alright, sure, yeah. Am I blocking here? No, that's fine. I could block with Preacher. I don't even think blocking here is good for me. I think we just let it through. Surveil both away. Alright, that's a good sign. Nightmare. Sure. This actually puts us dead even on life totals for Preacher, so now Preacher can... Okay, never mind. And we're at 9. Another Pixie. Yep. Picks up the Nightmare. Plays the Nightmare. And another Pixie. That's a shame. Attack. Let's see, he blocks here, here, and here. He takes 4, so he doesn't have to block in any particular way. We could get Kaido off the board, maybe. Alright, let's play Skrelv. Yes, I want to play it. Legend rule, keep this one. Figures. Draw. Interesting. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. No attack with the Skrelv. Swing. Trigger Preacher. Make a guy. Gain some more life. And then even if they block here, we just get to raise them anyway. Sure. Damage. Now they're at 5, then these die, then they get this thing back. Then we go Case. Raise the past. Bring all this back. Still keep the Skrelv. Bunch of triggers. We have to look at their hand. Ooh, this town... So they would have to know where, and the only thing they could know where is Skrelv. Yeah, okay, so let's take this town. Life, 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 life. And then end step, this triggers. I found a set of Storm Chasers for a good deal in LGS, so I'm playing Pixie at F&M this week. Seems like fun play patterns, parentheses, for me. Well, you had both of those right. Alright, nowhere. Alright, they can pick it back up, though. I've totally forgot that Sun Pearl can pick it back up. Yeah, that's okay. So they go pick it back up, kill Bat, I guess. So there's not really a reason to use it. I mean, I guess I could force them to not kill the Bat here. Not be able to kill... Well, no, they would just cast it on my turn then. Yeah, that's fine. Sure, 12 does. lock down the Preacher, lose Kaido. Sun Pearl, pick up Nowhere, presumably. And then Nowhere the Bat. Then I just get it back. So they have 4 blockers and a removal. So block, block, kill, kill, kill. 1 gets through. All right, so combat. Back with everything. And then whatever dies, we get it back with case. Block. Yeah, there's innocence. Okay. Okay. No. I mean, you should take the free blocks, for sure. Damage. Or are you gonna Nowhere first? Alright, there's Nowhere. During Innocence comes back. So only 1 got through. Alright, sack this. So, yeah, let's get the Hinterlands out first. Draw 2 cards. Land. Get lost. Play this. Alright, play the Bat. Look at opponent's hand. What do they have? Alright, so Storm Chasers, that's fine. We'll take this town. If I take Kieran, so either way, they can just go Kieran Nowhere. So it doesn't really matter. Whatever. Then we play Skrelv. Gain some life. Play the other Skrelv. Gain some life. Play this. And back to them. So they're at 4 and we're at 37. They do have a better board state and cards than us, but I mean, with 2 active Enduring Innocence in play, we'll eventually just play creature or draw multiple things. So yeah, get Nowhere back, then Nowhere the Bat, and then have this town up. Or do they hit Skrelv first? No? Okay, no, they hit that. Sure. I could have also held up Get Lost, but then I would have gotten less life. I am shocked that they're attacking here. Ooh, alright. Well, go ahead and cast your this town right now. No, they're not. Alright. Triggers, draw. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Alright, Case of the Uneaten Feast. Amalia. Triggers. Number 1, Bennett. Number 2, Bennett. Number 3. Do I want a Preacher? Sure, why not? Keep Preacher. Play this. So what can attack? These 4, and then I can go kill one of your guys, and then 2 get through. I should just wait on that. This is also going to go off anyway. Sounds good to me. All right, back to them. They've got a this town, bounce back Nowhere, and Kaido. So 2, 4. If they didn't draw another land, yeah, which they didn't, then that means they can only do 2 ways of interacting this turn. would I do if I was them? I mean, they have to deal with Amalia, but any attempt at... Actually, Nowhere to Run makes it so that they don't trigger Ward, right? So they would go like this town, Nowhere, bounce this, and bounce some other thing. Skrelv or whatever. Is Skrelv not summoning sick, or is he? He should be, right? I played him last turn, didn't I? 2, 3... Yeah. Maybe you like bounce Skrelv Nowhere, and then... No, the problem is if you don't hit Amalia with this town, then you're not getting it off the field, right? So you go this town, bounce Amalia, bounce Nowhere, and then just keep Nowhere in your back pocket. Swing Kaido Pixie, and then... 2, 3, 4... No, because you need Nowhere up. Because I'm going to replay Amalia, and you need to be able to kill it. So they have to go this town here, here... Play Storm Chasers as a blocker, and then when I replay Amalia, kill it with the life gain triggers on the stack, and that would give you 4, 5 blockers and 1 kill spell, so they could block here. Voice is going to be 3 creatures in 1, basically. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they could take 2 to 3 damage and survive. Looks like they're just going to time out, though. All right. Ho, ho, ho. I have some kind of an orb. All right. Let's do it again. We didn't even get to the sideboard that time. Okay, can't keep this. Small. Alright, this is acceptable. I guess we put back a case. Yeah. So turn 1 case, turn 2 bat, hopefully find a 3rd land. Swamp. Alright. Well, we're taking this. 6 lands, Shieldred, Momentum Breaker. I mean, I would have kept it. Oh my gosh, a 3rd land. Woo! Swing. Play Innocence. We do have very little time before Shieldred comes out, unfortunately. What? Okay, my sideboard is broken. Can I unbreak it? Okay, well, mono black, summer. Okay, so Get Lost, Day, Elspeth, Lunar. I assume they have 10 million removal spells, so get rid of the bats. And we need to go for the throat for Shieldred type of stuff. Like I can lose Ellis. And what do I need this against mono black for? Ghost Vac? I don't really care. Let's get rid of one Cathar Commando. All right, let's see how this does. Seemed pretty good, the game. Also, the case seems really good. Indeed, the case can be very good. Annex? All right, they might have Annex, yeah. I mean, they have Annex, right? Because they're mono black. Yeah, I guess I should have kept Cathar. All right. And brought in Lauren. All right, over to them. Deep Cavern Bat, and then they just take Bronco, right? As my only first pick. Or as my next play, rather. Yep. All right, well, we found one anyway. Over to them. Okay. What is this one? Is this the haste one? It is. Okay, are you going to make me discard? Presumably, yeah. Flash this in now. Oh, I guess why did I do that? I should have let them just make their choice first. Alright, let's get rid of caves. But they discarded removal anyway. They know I have Preacher. Alright, so first of all, attack Liliana. Secondly, play Preacher. Alright, land number 4. Unholy Annex, which I don't have the mana to kill this turn. That does put them to 19, or I guess, okay, yeah, so then they go to 22, then they go to 20, we're at 18, so if Preacher doesn't draw a card yet. They don't want to +1 it. Okay, that's fine. Is this player only? Whenever this attacks the player with the most life. Yeah, okay. So, combat. This attacks you. This attacks Lily. Trigger, make a vampire. And then we're going to play... I mean, I have Raise, but I can't do anything with it. So, I guess I'm going to play Amalia. Oh wait, I need to do this now before they activate the ritual chamber, right? Because I can't respond once they do. Fuck me, right? Yeah. Totally forgot about that. I'm just cocking this all up today, aren't I? But they didn't. They just played another Annex. All right. That. Speed up. All right, we're still gonna blow one of them. Are we actually? They're gonna take a bunch of damage, so they're going to 15. They'll have 2 mana up, and then we attack for 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe we don't do it yet. Although if I do it now, I can raise and do the other one. Yeah, that is probably worth it. All right, and now we're exactly even. So go to combat. So this triggers on both. All right. Then we get a life gain trigger. Okay, so I'm probably just going to get lost to this and not raise right now because we're raising back one thing. Stop on their upkeep in case they don't play anything on the end step. All right, so let's play this. And, all right. Shoot it. before they have an opportunity to activate it. Even though this does give them maps that they can put on their bat, but whatever. There's also an argument to just raising anyway, because if they have like a Shieldred or something, now I don't have a removal for it, but it's fine. Alright, now they take raise. Sure. Perfectly fine. Archfiend, that sucks. I do get to draw a card. I mean, if they just block here, that's fine. Alright, so combat, attack with everything but Amalia. Trigger Preacher, another land. God damn it. They don't want to trade. Okay. Then that triggers, that triggers, that triggers. That's a nice follow-up. Alright, play Fortress. Both of them. Bat into, I don't know, yeah. So, snap a bat into another bat, okay. They kept it on top, really? Attack with everything. Okay. And then have another bat. Well, joke's on you. I only have lands in my hand. Okay, so I blow this up. I'm about to make 2 vampires, so I should play Elspeth first. Yeah. So if they haste a bat, I would still survive. Okay. Elspeth. And they do have 1 card left in their hand. Alright, blow up your Archfiend. Go to combat. Well, I mean, it's clearly not a kill spell, or they would have used it before Elspeth killed their Archfiend. Right? So what the heck do they have? Swing. Trigger. Take 2 vampires. Take a bunch. Amalia trigger. Then that. Play this. Surveil. In that. Okay, it's just nothing. They can haste a bat now, but then we're still going to 2. It's a bat! Indeed, I still have 3 lands. Okay, yeah, so they don't have anything. So presumably Elspeth is getting killed, and they're also dealing 3 and going to 10, and then they take lethal? Right, they have to at least hold 1 back. I mean, you're going to die if you attack with everything. They got to at least block Amalia, right? So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, they have to block 2 things, actually. They have to block Preacher and Amalia. So they can't attack with all 4. Wait, no, because they'll be at 12 afterwards, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, they exactly die. Go to combat. Triggers. Did they just forget that we had a manland? Huh. Alright, Mono Black Demon's down. Go again. Yep, this is great. We've got life gain into Amalia with removal. Keep it. Alright, so probably domain. Yep, it's domain. Alright, hinterland. Okay, so Ride's End, Lockdown. I'm going to play Voice first, because if this resolves, then we have a much better following turn with Amalia. And if they lock down this board, whatever, that's fine too. 3 mana. There's Lockdown. Alright. Is it better to play Amalia or hold Get Lost up? It's much better to hold Get Lost up. Alright. We'll just pass and then Get Lost this on end step. Overlord. Fuck me. Alright. Sure. Well, temp lockdown. Come back. We get a life. They make some insects. Okay. Ooh. When we play this... Play Amalia. Double life gains. Now we can start turboing. Bin it. We just want to bin as much stuff as possible this turn. Bin it. Then swing here. And I guess with Sanctifier is okay too, because we're just going to raise anyway. Nah, it's fine. We'll just swing with Voice. Triggers. Bin it. In it. Trigger again. Land. Do I want to draw a pile on? And this is the last go. Sure, I'll draw a pile on. So then the double block Voice. Yeah. Actually, I should have attacked with Hinterland because then they couldn't have double blocked Voice. It's fine. We're raising. We're raising. Then these die. All right, so we have a 7/7 Amalia now. Why not play Amalia if you have 2 in hand? I don't have the white. Beanstalk. Uh-huh. Okay. Another lockdown? That would suck. Zur. Okay. So we're 100% killing Zur right now. Okay, am I playing... So if I play this other Amalia, I have exactly enough to still pile on Zur, and this does give me some more stuff to do. pile on here. Tap, tap, colorless, black. Death. Alright, I do want Enduring Innocence at this point in the game. I mean, they're just gonna block and then do something and following up. What am I specifically looking for at this point? I'm gonna get another 2 things for raise. Yeah, I probably just want to bin stuff. Prevail, bin a land, play Amalia. Then we keep this one. Triggers. Land. Alright. Land again. Swing. And they chump block with their insect. And let's see what they do. Overlord. Trigger the beanstalk. Leyline binding, yep. Ward. Pay 3 life. And they still have 1 mana up, so they can still have another binding, but that's it. Alright. So we're definitely raising this turn, so... I guess first we attack them. Alright, play Case. Then play Raise. Comes back. Bajillion triggers. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. But we only have 1 raise in this version, so now it's not worth just like digging a bajillion cards. Although we do have Revenge of the Rats as another option. And we have Case to get more creatures out next turn. So yeah, any creatures are probably just going to the graveyard. Yep, that's going to the graveyard. Then that. Land. More land. Then this. No, I'll keep Enduring. That resolves, and over the bound. So they clearly didn't have another Leyline binding, or they would have hit Amalia. That's a big Amalia right there. It is indeed. She a big boy. Alright, they drew a card off of Overlord. This is also coming off Impend this turn, so they will have 3 blockers. What do you think's gonna cast from my graveyard? Cathar, Preacher, Enduring Innocence. Okay. Interesting. I'm definitely playing this turn. Is there a reason to do this now? No, because I can cast Cathar at instant speed. There isn't a reason to do it right now. I'm gonna have 1 to activate Preacher, Skrelv. Okay. I'm also gonna get to dig more, so that gives me more options. Got combat. Swing with everything. Triggers. A second Cathar? Whoo! More lands. Do I want Get Lost? Sure, let's keep that. Oh, Amalia's going to explode the field, isn't she? Yeah, so they have to have removal for this. Boom! Now they have Leyline Binding? Or Ride's End? Son of a bitch. If it was Leyline Binding, we could get out of it. Yeah, okay, sure. Ward. Then that resolves. Interesting. Okay. So then activate case. That's a lot of shit. I don't have enough mana to play everything. I've got 3, 1. Yeah, play Enduring. Play another Enduring. Draw. Play Skrelv. Draw. Alright, then mobilize, these go away, and then we have to discard Concealed Courtyard. I was thinking about Catharing Beanstalk, but honestly at this point, I think... I was like, okay, well what if they, like, temp Lockdown? I'm like, well, if I just play 2 Enduring Innocences, then temp Lockdown doesn't matter. And we got a bunch of more stuff anyway. We lost a lot of cases, right? How many are we down? Is it 3? Yeah, 3 cases. Or no, all 4 cases are gone and Raze is gone. So we're not getting anything back from the graveyard anymore. Analyze the pollen. Ugh. And then there's Zur. So then they just animate Overlord and swing. So they gain 7 life and 2 insect tokens. They have exactly enough to play Zur and activate, right? Yeah. Should I have just gotten back Cathar? Should I have gone Enduring, Cathar, and then have 1 mana open? Yeah, I guess I should have gotten one of the Cathars back, after all. Yep. And I don't care if they hit me, because I'm at 55. No blocks. They're gonna map Zur. So they obviously don't have Leyline Binding, or they would hold that up. Alright, well... Enduring Innocence. Alright, we're definitely losting this, so... Let's play Amalia. Actually, no, let's not. Let's... get lost on Zur. Then go to combat. Not Skrelv. That way if they trade, when we play Amalia, we'll draw more cards. Which I assume they're going to trade. At least one of them. Alright, both of them. And these come back. Alright, play Amalia. Redraw triggers. Interesting. Alright. Backstreet. Oh, ho, ho, ho. All right, keep it. And then we end turn and we discard some of this stuff that we don't need. We don't unfortunately have a Soul Sister effect in play, so this isn't as good as it normally would be, but it's still pretty good. Overlord. I mean, I assume they would want to attack this, right? Make some more insects. No blocks. They're mapping an insect token. Alright, well that's good for us. Alright, so now what? I don't have any life gain at the moment. All the cases are gone. We have 3 hinterlands, but 1 more still in the deck. Okay. So nothing gets a free pass at the moment. That's unfortunate. Alright, let's cast Revenge and let's draw some cards. There we go. I can kill them next turn, so let's just set up a turn where they want to lock down really badly and then kill them on the following turn. So we're gonna play Creature. We're gonna play Bronco. And a tap land. Oh, we already played a land. Alright, really? Okay. And then we just pass. So the plan is we're going to play Hinterland, Enduring Tenacity, Flashback Rats. I just didn't want to play any of them this turn so that we didn't expose them to removal or temp lockdown or whatever. Map and insects. That resolves. Rides ends on top, sure. I assume they would just want a lockdown at this point, right? They left it. Does that mean they have lockdown already? It seems really bad if they don't sweep the board here. Okay. Yeah, map that. That's fine. But they're locking down their insects. Okay, yeah. So swing. I assume lockdown is imminent. So let's block here, just in case this doesn't go correct. And if they lock down, we get more triggers if creatures are in our graveyard. So let's block here. All right. That would be a good thing to do ahead of time, I guess. How much mana do I have next turn? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8. I'm one short of being able to do everything. All right, spin it. It's got to be lockdown, right? Like, they wouldn't make that attack otherwise. Maybe not. Yeah, that resolves. Draw. Land. Surveil. Spin it. No, not a lockdown. I am freaking shocked. All right, well, in that case, enter land. Draw 3 cards. I guess I don't have to reveal what I'm doing until the rats hit them, right? Combat. Swing here. They have 3 blocks. Okay. Go to damage. All right. Then play Tenacity. We got Skrelv up to protect anything they try to hit. Trigger. Tenacity. You lose that. All right, rats. For 12. Boom, triggers. All right, looks like it's all going through. All right, so versus domain, we want Day of Judgment, Lauren, Get Lost, Elspeth. It can only kill, so Overlords or Zur is okay. I probably want both of these. Go for the throw. No, Lunar Convo, yes. Although it does get hit by lockdown, but it's probably still good. And what's bad? I think they probably had just way too much removal for the bats to work. What else? None of their stuff kills. It's all exile based, so Ellis is worse than in any other match. The Skrelvs do get just hit by lockdown and whatever other sweepers they have, so we probably can't rely on it. Oh, let's see what else. Probably don't need Pylon. That seems reasonable. I realize now that there's a card I totally forgot about that we should try out. When this game's over, I'll add it to the deck and we'll see how it goes. Okay, yeah, this is fine. We have a curve. Oh, but we don't have turn 1 white. It's still fine. Okay, never mind. We do have turn 1 white. Sprelv it is. Deck's looking really legit. I like how it's not so all in on raise. Indeed, it does look great. So one of the things with this deck is it did the impossible. So this standard format is absolutely atrocious, and yet, let's see, Leyline Binding. I'm gonna guess Binding is pretty unlikely next turn. Let's hit them. The format is absolutely terrible, and yet the deck is still fun to play. Most people think your whole plan is raise. Yeah, one of the great things is that people do think that your plan is to raise the graveyard. So if they bring in graveyard hate, it doesn't actually work that well against you. Now, don't get me wrong, it still works. Like, it still affects case and whatnot. Okay, splash this in. They didn't cast Ride's End there. Boy, is this so awkward on the curve. Because I would love to just hit Beanstalk here, but... I'm going to hit Beanstalk probably no matter what. And therefore... am I? Tear Asunder, sure. I mean, if they temp Lockdown, then they still lose their Beanstalk, so I'm gonna go ahead and play Preacher. And then if this doesn't die, I'll shoot it next turn. The Leyline currently costs 4 mana, so if they did exactly draw a Leyline here, they could spend their whole turn to draw and kill Preacher off, I guess. Yeah, okay, it is Leyline, and then they get to draw a card. I assume they'll take Oh, no. Alright. Combat, swing. Well, we're just going to play the most expensive card in our hand. They could have Sunfall or Day of Judgment. I'm not going to play around that. Like, if they have it, they have it. Even most of the decks at the RC, like even Domain, it looks like they just have 1 copy of Sunfall now. They are not drawing any other colors, eh? Combat. Swing, trigger, Preacher. Heritage Reclamation. Okay, sure. I guess it's Case Bronco is the best play here. Play Bronco. Trigger, Tenacity triggers. This. All right. It's finally another color. Temp Lockdown. All right, so we still have a Preacher in play that's just hitting them. Man, these have been some pretty crap draws, eh? Combat, swing, draw a card. Ease. Aza. They draw a card, gain life. All right. Well. Okay, if I get this back, they get their Beanstalk back. If I get this back... I could just shoot Beza and keep drawing cards. Let's attack and see what we draw off of the attack. Yeah, that's fine. Well, if they block with Beza, they block. That's fine. Alright, so that's death. Then we go... Get lost here. Then shoot this. Triggers. Draw. Gain. Snake hits them. Gain. Snake hits them. Play this. Then we gain some more. Snake hits them some more. And play a tap land. Well, there's another one. All right. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. So, enduring. I mean, I could just cast a ration. I could use a ration, but then this gets worse. So I guess we just go all out and... What's the odds I hit a tap land versus a 1-mana card that I need to play? All right, let's play this. Draw. Sure. Then play this guy. Temp block is seems like the go to this format. It kind of is, and it's... I think it's a symptom of how bad the format is. Alright, so I'm not going to rats for 2. Alright, what's on top? Lauren. Would love that, yeah. Keep that. So then... Wing, they block 2 of them. Not here. I'm very aware that they might have rides in, so I'm probably just going to pass priority and let this attack through, even though it means I draw 1 less card. So damage? Yeah, alright. These die. They take 2 damage from the snake, and then we go Irration, Exile Preacher, make a guy, trigger, draw a card, then play Lauren, kill the lockdown, and then this comes out, we gain a bunch of life, and they die to the snake. Unless they exactly draw a ley line to kill the snake, but... Oh, actually, no, they can't, because voice just stops them from playing anything. Alright. Are you planning on playing in Hartford? If so, will you still be playing Amalia? I am not planning on playing in Hartford, but I am planning to still play this deck basically as long as it's legal. Alright, so, one card I forgot about, I can't believe I forgot about it, post mid-range, is Gix. So, multiple things are that, one, we want ways of turning our dinky creatures into more card draw. Like, or rather, into something relevant, which card draw does. So, Gix. Secondly, this causes us to lose life, which, again, using life as a resource. Another thing is that a lot of times we just draw so many cards with this deck, whether it be from Enduring Innocence triggering over and over, or from a lot of times Amalia just hitting tons of lands. I had games like in Minneapolis where I would just have... I literally had a game where I had 7 lands in my hand because of Amalia. So, I think I want to try Gix. And I'll just swap a Bronco out. I probably want 2 of them. I don't know. Let's try 1 for now. Why does it say I have 61 cards in my deck? What did I add? Oh, no. Get rid of that. That was fire. Now I see why we play the land. Yeah. Yeah, so let's try out Gix too. Yeah, traditional. Are we in? We're in ranked, right? Oh no, we're not in ranked? Oh yeah, we should be in ranked. You would think not seeing my rank go up or down after every one of those matches would have clued me into that, and you'd be wrong. Thank God Gix is down because it got reprinted in Commander Dragonstorm. Whew. Alright, I mean, this hand's not great, but the bats at least interrupt our opponent. What do you mean he's down? Down in price. He used to be incredibly expensive. All right, Cutter. What we doing here? They had no turn 1 play. Just got back in MTG, so if I ask some silly questions, that's why. Oh, it's fine. I see how that could have been ambiguous. Yeah, Gix used to be nuts. I think he was like $15 or something. Now he's like 3, 4. Slick shot without plotting. Interesting. All right. Bat you. What you got? Yeah, well, we're taking Cutter. Oh, sure. Uh-huh. There be opt. To the bottom. I mean, no attacks? That's, interesting. Alright, well, the only thing we have to do is play another bat, so bat. Just a land? Yeah, okay. Surveil. I actually don't want that. Alright, back to you, opponent. Alright, time to snake. Snake, snake, snake. There's Glory Cutter. Uh-huh. Swift Spear, okay. Plays a land. Uh-huh. No attacks. Ace. Enduring Innocence. Triggers. Take some damage. I can even attack with this, and they don't really have good blocks either. Although, their blocks are better than my blocks, so... are we attacking? They can go block, block, we kill both of them. Yeah, that's fine. Swing. Sure. And then my snake just comes back. Yep. Opt. Then core cutter triggers. I just love how terrible a position they're in. The tears of the core cutter are sweet. Alright, no blocks. Oh no, we're at 19. Please don't. Combat. Not that one. Okay, burst lightning. And then they get a free block on endurance. That's unfortunate. Alright. Life gain. Take some snaky damage. I actually have to play Revenge of the Rats here, but so be it. Revenge! Alright, gain 2 life and draw a card. Oh ho ho! Yeah, I guess we're just killing Slickshot next turn, and then this resolves. I have a bat in my graveyard, and that's it. Steel Cutter. Yep, that's fine. That resolves. Monstrous Rage. Yeah. They got 1 card left. What are we doing? Alright, no blocks. Alright, get lost here, Slickshot. Get out of here, Slickshot. Alright, we're taking 7. Oh no, we're at 17. What are we gonna do? Stock up on top. Yep, that's pretty good. My goat. Ooh. 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 Holy crap, we can case it and kill both their cutters. Ooh. Can we kill them this turn? Swing. Oh. Life. Then we play the... no, I can't revenge them this turn, right? Yeah, okay. So we go... Cathar Commando. And gain some life. And take some damage. And take some damage. Then we blow this one up. F out of here, Quarry Cutter. And then we go sack the case. Oh, and there's another one. Triggers. Go to 3, fine sir. Blow up this Quarry Cutter. All right, you have a stock up, sir. Make the most of it. Yep. Sleight of hand, So this is 14. Sleight of hand. 17. They must be pretty damn confident. All right. Yeah. Okay, so Beza, Lauren, Day of Judgment, Dreams, Duress, Go for the Throat, 40. Get Lost seems pretty bad. Well, no, because we still kill Slickshot. Yeah. So let's see. We're on defense, so Gix isn't as good. I have no confidence in these bats at all. The Caustics are also... we're on defense. What else? 3 more cuts. We get rid of Ellis. Skrelv? Now, one of our best ways is making Amalia enormous and whatnot, so we want to keep... it's less good on defense and with bats gone, so we'll cut it down to 1 Skrelv. And then... now, you know what? We can just get rid of Skrelv entirely. All right, this looks fine. Sospia. All right. Boom. No turn 2 play either. Go. Stock up. I am absolutely ambushing this. Is Dreams essentially like Divest, or does it hit different stuff? It hits Corey Cutter and is one of the big reasons to have it. It also exiles, which is important. Flash in the commando. And block. Alright. Now we play Enduring Innocence. Yeah, exile is incredibly important for Oculus. Here's Corey Cutter. Torch. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Let's just Lauren this. Die, Corey Cutter. In particular, I want to get more value out of Beza than just gaining life. I would like the fish tokens, and then it's also really important that they don't just keep making more prowess monks. Stock up again. Land. Yeah, becomes a 3/3. Is it worth getting the fish to sack Lauren right now? It's probably not. If I attack, they'll probably block me. I don't know. Ooh. I would like to draw here. Let's go combat, swing. No blocks. All right. So damage. I know what I'm going to play already, so let's play Authority and Beza. We'll draw a card off Beza. I should have played Beza first for that reason, but I'm almost certainly just going to... Yeah, okay. Yep. Then we'll end step Lauren. I feel it's kind of weird Torch isn't played much in Pauper. Isn't it not Pauper legal, or is it? Oh, it is Pauper legal. I guess Bolt and Galvbast are good enough? Probably. How's Minneapolis? I have a whole recap at the beginning of the stream of how Minneapolis was tentative work, but suffice it to say, I thought I did pretty well, but not well enough to actually prize. Lithomantic Barrage, sure. Well, we're gonna Day of Judgment, so I'm certainly blocking here. They're raging before I even declare blocks. All right, sure. Are they just gonna do it on both of them? Uh-huh. Is this just an... Oh, they just flat out have enough to kill me this turn? That's insane. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I remember. I wanted to have Scavenger Regent in the sideboard, too. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. This is fine. I will probably bin anything that isn't a land. Not a land. Get out of here. There's a land. Alright, so we play Amalia. Storm Chasers. Storm Chasers again. Alright, no blocks. This is pretty rough. Alright, what are we doing? I mean, I can kill a Storm Chasers, but who cares? I can also cast Pylon, but that's not very good either. Am I even blocking? They're going to cast multiple spells and make these 3/3s probably. Cast Get Lost, that's also bad. Alright, let's just blow this up and pass. Yep. We'll have to multi-block just to kill one thing, and it would take both of our creatures with it. Or I don't block, take a bajillion damage, and then play Voice and Pylon. All right, they looked at Amalia. Yeah, it's getting killed. Ward, they don't. It doesn't matter. They pay it. Oh no, it just can't be countered. Yeah. All right, they don't even pay it. And they have another removal spell, which also triggers all of their guys. And then we're going to 4. All right. Well, this game's over. Yeah, okay. I wish Arena would just hurry the fuck up. Like, I don't need to see every single thing every time. Mid-range. Yeah, I remember another thing I wanted to do was get Scavenger Regent into the board. And since that's our sweeper, we'll get rid of Day. All right, so the reason I wanted this is because... So, with Case of the Uneaten Feast, if you sack it, you can cast the spell sides of Omen and Adventure Creatures. I don't think there's anything else worth having besides Scavenger Regent, though. Let's see. Format standard, ID, white, black. Type is Adventure or Omen. 13 cards. Da-da-da. We looked at Gumdrop Poisoner as well, and we thought, like, surely if this card is good in a deck, it has to be this deck, and it just is not good. Hexproof, lifelink, no. Shrouded Shepherds, whatever. And these aren't creatures. Okay. So right now, I'm basically not sure about Skrell of Bronco, Gix. Everything else seems to have been pretty good. Let's go with that at the moment. I've been using Scavenger Regent, and I think it's done great. I know it's a good card, I just don't know if it's good in this deck. Okay, can't keep that. We get rid of Skrelv. Yeah, I'd probably get rid of Revenge from this hand, actually. Get rid of Revenge. Alright, Domain. They kept it on top. Alright, I'm not protecting this thing, so let's swing. Yep, there's Beanstalk. As much as I just want to shoot that right now, I just cannot afford to do that. I think I'm just supposed to keep hitting them. They only have 2 land types. Yeah, let's just keep hitting them. Overlord, yeah, okay. Another Cathar Commando. That's pretty nice. All right, so swing here and here. We go to damage. Then we play this. We play. We're definitely blowing up Beanstalk right now. We play Innocence and pass. If their removal is Leyline, they can't actually hit anything. And if it's temp lockdown, it just hits Skrelv, which I guess they could go lockdown into Leyline. That's one thing, but you know, we can't get around that, so whatever. They didn't take any actions. Okay. Go to combat. I shouldn't have played that land first. Whatever. Swing. Trigger Preacher. Ride's End here. Okay. Let's just pay life. Second one. Trigger. Target. Alright, Flash and cast our commando. Shoot this one. We have a third removal spell? Third removal spell. Alright, sure. White. And now we drew Amalia. Okay, so they obviously don't have another Binding or Ride's End, or they would have used that, because their first target was Enduring Innocence. So I played Amalia, and then they lock down, then we lose the maps too, so it's probably better if we just do this. Get rid of that. Alright. Although technically I didn't draw a card off of Innocence that turn, so they named Horror with their Catherine. Really? Alright. So definitely playing Amalia first. Draw up Innocence. Ooh, another Innocence. Alright, combat. Make sure to keep Skrelv back. Hit, trigger, Amalia, Bronco on top. Sure. I am not going to play the other Innocence here. I'm just going to activate Irration City on their turn. Helps play around like a Sunfall or something if they have that. Analyze. Okay, here comes Zur. Yep. They can animate both of them. That sucks. Yep. At least they're not really drawing extra cards. Oh, they're only doing it to one of them? That's surprising. No, okay, they are doing it to both. Alright, we're not blocking. So let's just do this. Exile this other Skrelv out of the yard. Make a guy, draw the Bronco, and then we're not blocking. I mean, I could block with this 1/1, but whatever. So then life totals. Yep. Okay. So Innocence. Draw off that one. Combat. Swing here and here. I mean, that's not very good. We're can just straight up block one of them. Yeah, all right. Triggers. Okay, and we're not going to play Bronco here. We're just going to Ration City again. So let's play a tap land. Pass. I will have to eventually stop taking damage from these guys. I guess I can block one of them with Innocence this turn, trigger Amalia again. They're also attacking the Zur. Sure. Block. You know what? I will block here. The fact that they're attacking with Zur as well is pretty suspicious. Gix on top. Yeah, we can keep Gix. Overlord. Uh-huh. Alright, activate city. Exile Commando or Preacher? Let's exile Preacher. Draw 2. How did Minneapolis go? I have a recap of that at the beginning, but suffice it to say, I thought it was fun. I thought I did well enough, but not good enough to actually prize. Okay, so I can finally shoot Zur, which will turn off their Death Touch lifelink. Let's play Gix. All right, I gotta. This guy blocks. Ugh. Yuck. All right, play Gix. 2 mana. Hey, life. Target Amalia. Aim green. Go to combat. Swing here. Eyeing Gix, which tells me they have a removal. Maybe. I don't know. Make sure to get Lost Zur so they don't gain life off of this. We're going to do this anyway, so may as well do it now. Alright. Let's do Amalia first. It's a land. Gix. I would like to take this action. I'd like to take this action. This is pretty rough. Alright, we'll play another Ration City. And then we're just going to activate a Ration City. So, end, discarding, concealed, and the other concealed. Or I guess just one concealed. Alright. And the excellent part is then if Gix doesn't die, we can activate it next turn. Map the Overlord, revealing Beanstalk, sure. They're keeping it. And then map another Overlord, uh-huh. Wing. Alright, activate a Ration City. Exile this. Draw some cards. Alright, jump here. We go to 1. Temporary lockdown, that's fine. It only hits Skrelv and Amalia. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I can discard my entire hand if I want. Actually, no, I get more if I play a creature. If I play something first and draw more. Yeah, so we'll go Hinterland. Triggers. Draw some more cards. And then let's activate this. And let's discard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. Target opponent. I'm going to discard everything except raise. Ba-boom. All right. Beanstalk. Is this the order that's going on the stack? Overlord. Overlord. This. Can I play put all the lands into play, or do I just play them? Because otherwise I'll play back. Okay. Prevail, bin a land. How many things am I at? 28? Alright. Beza enters, gain some life. Gain some life. Here's Zur. Here's gain some more life off Hinterland. Here's an Overlord of the Mistmoors. Here's gain some more life, and they've conceded. All right, Zur, Domain, Get Lost, Lauren, not else, but we did this before, right? This one, Scavenger Regent, yeah, and Lunar. Do I bring in Go for the Throat? No. Okay, and then the side out is Skrell. Yeah, I guess any deck that with Lockdown, we probably just side Skrell out. Ellis. We shave stuff. One voice. One Hinterland. And a Bronco? Bat? A bat. Alright, let's do that. So this is the market curve on Gix. We look within the last 3 months. You see, he was up here at almost 10, and then with the Tarkir Dragon deck, it's back down. So, oh, thank goodness I won't have to spend so much to get these in paper. All right, can't keep that, obviously. Okay, so Case is not very good in this hand, so I guess we can get rid of that one. Stock. All right, unfortunately nothing to do yet. Back to them. And nothing? All right. All right, let's play Preacher. Costs them 4 mana to play Leyline Violin right now? Sure, maps. No lands. Play Enduring Innocence. We'll map it. Yeah, I want to kill their beanstalk, so keep that. Also, they could have a million other enchantments that I also want to kill. Like that. Okay, so if I play Cathar this turn, then I don't get to actually draw a card. So that doesn't seem great. So let's play Gix. Yeah, let's play Gix. Go to combat, swing, gain life, take this action to draw. Ooh. And then we'll hold up Cathar to flash in. Overlord. Surveil. Surveilled away Zur. Okay, they must have one already. Another Cathar? Oh my god, what a hit. So if I attack, they can double block Gix to trade with it. If they block Enduring, that's fine. If they block Cathar, that's also fine because I can just shoot something. Oh, what am I killing? Is priority number 1 Beanstalk or is it Mistmoors? I guess I could also go Scavenger Region X is 1, kill both of these, swing in, get 2. That seems actually pretty good. So let's blow up. Actually, let's see. So I have 6 mana next turn. So if they go Zur, Animate, I'm pretty far away from killing them all. So I think my priority has to be the Mistmoors. And then we'll cast this. X is going to be 1. Black, black, this. Combat. Swing, hit. And draw 2 cards. All right. Map this turn or case. Map here. Another land. All right, play that and go. Mistmoor's a bigger threat than Zur in hand. Yeah, that's why I'm killing that. Because I can maybe beat, like, the card draw from up the Beanstalk. I don't know. But I can't beat... It's going to be much harder beating Zur if they just go Zur, Animate, Mistmoors. They thought Enduring Innocence was a higher priority target than Gix. Or I guess they have removal that isn't exile-based, so maybe they also have Get Lost for Gix or something. Leyline, okay, sure. Up the Beanstalk again. Oh my god. Alright, so Enduring, Bat, and then I don't have enough to activate Cathar this turn, but that's okay. Three, 4. I'm definitely playing an untapped land. Enduring, Bat. Draw first. Alright, what's in your hand, Bo? Day of Judgment, Lockdown, Riot. Okay, Shauna's. Braxa. God damn. If they play a Traxa next turn, that's okay. If they play Day of Judgment, that's also okay. Shauna's would be pretty annoying. Ride's End would be pretty annoying. Zur would also be really hard to beat, too. I guess we could take Zur. No, because they just go lockdown, eat the bat, right? And play Zur, but that forces them to do that if they want to get Zur. Or they play Day of Judgment. Alright, let's take Zur. Mistmore's Beanstalks, yep. Just infinite card draws off of these Beanstalks. 37 cards to our 43 cards. Another land. What are your thoughts so far? About what? Right, we're flashing in Cathar. They can counter this ability with Tishana's or any other ability, so I have to be careful around this. Amalia. It rides end here. They have just so many answers for what we're doing. All right, let's play Case. And we'll play Amalia. About this new version of the deck, it's better. Yeah, so resolve Amalia's ability first. See if they Shoshana's that, I guess. Probably not. Alright, we don't need to draw that, so... Bennett. During Innocence? They let us draw that too. Okay, we get to duress them now. So, duress you. Double Ride's End? They only had the one. I would have just taken it and hit them with the bat, but now I can't do that anymore. Fuck me. Day of Judgment kills all this, and we can flash in Cathar, but if they want to stop it with Tishana's, they have to flash that in response. But I think, honestly, we're supposed to take Lockdown here. Alright, take Lockdown. And then we pass. I think I was actually supposed to not play that. I was supposed to play an untapped land so that I have access to Irration plus Cathar Commando in the same turn. Although I don't think that's going to be relevant, but it's possible that it is. Especially if they cast Day of Judgment. Into Plains. If they just play Atraxa this turn, that's actually kind of good for us. Yeah, Day of Judgment. So then, if I blow this up, it's irrelevant. I'm absolutely supposed to activate Cathar here, I think. They go Zur. We gotta stop these Beanstalks from drawing them 10 million cards, but I don't know. Maybe I just get this threat off the board. Because they're getting Zur back. Yeah, let's just get Overlord off the board. Yeah, I was absolutely supposed to have it play the untapped land there so that Innocence would, so that I could activate Irration City on that same turn. Not doing that is going to be pretty costly. Revenge of the Rats for 6 is okay, but it's not really doing that much. But if I do it by Irration City first, then that's a bigger problem. It also gives them tapped targets that they can target things with Ride's End on, although if they're Ride's Ending my rat tokens, I guess that's fine. Alright, play this. It also lets me solve the case. Ooh, another Irration City. They also just don't necessarily have another sweeper, right? So I would have 12 rats. They could always just play Atraxa or Zur and gain a bunch of life back, so I don't think it's worth it. My graveyard. I can flash in Cathar commandos if I do it at instant speed if I want. But it's probably better to wait. They can also Tishana's the case, which is another really big problem. Let's just end turn. Four, 6, 7, 8, 9 lands. There's Atraxa. Yep. That's fine. That's resolved. Yep, Atraxa. Revealed some stuff. I don't know. We'll see it in their hand. It's artifact creature or planeswalker, so they can't counter the Enduring Innocence trigger. Get lost. Mistmoors. Get lost on here. Alright, well, I guess we are activating it now then. Alright. Surveil. Ends a land. Alright, Flash and Cathar Commando. Flash and Cathar Commando. Blow up Leyline. This is going to be a pretty sweet turn. They have to actually clean up step here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll have 3 extra mana to play stuff with. Oh my god, we drew a kill spell. Woo! Get out of here, Atraxa. Combat. Swing. Oh boy. Trigger, 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 trigger. Draw. 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 Alright, how can they gain life on their turn? They can Zur, animate Beanstalk, and attack with it. That's not very good. So if I play a Restless Fortress, I can probably kill them next turn, but it's also probably better to just go for the Gix here. So what do I want to retain? Probably Dreams of Steel and Oil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I probably want to retain Dreams and a land and then bin everything else in the effort to... I don't think I can get anything from them that would win the game right now, but I can be pretty good. Animate, or activate. So how many cards are in my hand? I have 9, so let's do it for 7. Target you. Discard this, this, this. Scavenger, Amalia, Caves. Wait, hang on. I should do this first. I don't care if they play Zur, that's fine. Well, you know what? Let's just go all in. I was thinking about saving some, but why not? Let's just go all in. Ba-boom. Well, I'm not casting Temp Lockdown. So, I'm not casting Ride's End either, so we're casting Norn. Alright, they've conceded to that. Man, Gix is something, isn't it? Okay, so the thing is... Gix has been fucking great. So let's definitely get another one. Bronco, the thing is I just haven't, like, I haven't even played and attacked with one yet, so... I'm not sure about this one. I'm also not sure. I'm already at 3 bats. It's kind of low. Maybe Ellis just sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna say Ellis sucks. Let's get rid of Ellis. All right, so we need to craft. Turn 1 mythic rare into Gix, yes. Okay. Sure. We'll see how good Bronco is this game. Blooming Marsh. Sultai Beanstalk, okay. Combat, swing, trigger. Sure. We'll play Innocence. Overlord. Okay, I'm gonna play Hinterland and Enduring this turn, and that lets me saddle, I guess. Or I could play Skrelv, I suppose, but it's... Alright, so Enduring. Trigger the first one, draw, play. Probably get Skrelv out. Okay, I don't know. You probably have Scavenger Regent in this version of the deck, so let's play Hinterland. Trigger, draw, and then saddle this using these two. Then we attack, saddle trigger, it's Deep Cavern Bat. Alright. Deadly Cover-Up, sure. Alright, so we retain 2 Endurings. Okay, what are we doing? We're playing another Enduring into the Bat to take a look at their hand, probably. Yeah, alright. Enduring. Triggers. Ooh, Irration City. Alright, play that, play that. Draw another card. Okay, this is something. So they have Ryzen, Beanstalk, Elspeth. They actually don't have... No, okay, so they've got land number 5 already. So we probably take the White Overlord. No, but then they just play Cut Down. But it at least forces them to play the Cut Down. Huh. Or we take Elspeth, and then they can't Elspeth kill this turn? I don't know. I'll just take the White Overlord. And we draw a card. Alright. Beanstalk. And then they're just passing. Okay, well... This is interesting. Alright, Hinterland Sanctifier. Man, we're drawing so many cards. So many cards. Let's see, they got cut down. I don't need to give them a free rides end here. I go Cathar, blow up one of your beanstalks. I'm almost certainly doing that, so that means we're not doing Amalia this turn. So then this trigger, and then I'm playing an untapped land. And we're playing Cathar Commando. Trigger. Blow up a beanstalk. Play Skrelv. And then we just don't attack them, and then all they have is cut down and not Ride's End. Cut down on this, sure. No attacks. So, wait, if you have doubling season, it makes your impending guys have double the impending counters? Huh. Pulse Enduring, sure. Oh no, we lose these guys. Well, at least we keep one of them. I mean, with only the one beanstalk, they didn't play anything? They're just gonna play Ride's End? What if we just don't give you the option of playing Ride's End? How many rats are we up to? All right, Amalia. Trigger, trigger, trigger. What do we got first? Enduring. I would like to draw that. Alright, I guess we're playing that now. Enduring Innocence. And there's a land. There's another land. Let's get Restless Fortress into play. I don't know. Still not attacking because we don't want to give them the ability to play Ride's End. All right, what's it going to be this turn? Elspeth? Sure. Beanstalk. The only thing they can shoot is this, and it comes back. So that's good for us. All right, make it 2 soldiers, sure. Interesting. I can play double rats. That puts 12 rats into play, and then if they have to find a sweeper or they die, right? They have 5 blockers total. They block here, 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 here. They take 12 and lose the game. They only exactly lose the game, plus Restless, I guess. And they have Ride's End to kill something. So it's almost enough to kill them next turn. If I just double rat. Also, Malia is going to get enormous and may just actually blow everything up. The problem is they can still Ride's End. Oh, wait, do they not have Ride's End mana? Oh my gosh, they only left up 2 Golgari lands, so if we get there, we actually just win the game right now. I would trigger Malia 12 times, so even if every single one of them hit, I wouldn't actually go up to lethal. I think we still have to wait, unfortunately. All right, creature. Triggers. We can probably do it all in one turn, but the problem is they still got the stupid Ride's End in their hand. Wow, that's a lot of draws. Holy shit. Oh my god, Gix. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, play Gix. Triggers. Amalia goes off. More lands. Jesus Christ. Sure, we can keeping this. Not bin it. Combat. Swing with this bat at you. Bamf. Trigger again. Take action. Draw a card. Amalia. That's fine. And then we play a tap land. Right? No, we play an untapped land and play Cathar and then pass. So untapped land, Cathar. Gain some more life. Keep the thing on the top. And then discard 3 cards. Tap land, crappy land. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. All right, Elspeth can just kill this, can't they? Or they can just straight up cast Ride's End as well. They're getting rid of the bat. Sure. I don't know. I feel like we're doing pretty well here. I assume they're about to sweep, and that's why they're swinging with these 1/1s, so... I mean, sure, do this. Deadly cover-up, sure. What in the world are you going to exile with it? They could exile Enduring while its trigger has yet to resolve, I suppose. What are they exiling? Amalia, sure. And plus Elspeth, Well, how many rats are we making? 12 rats? Seems pretty good. Case. Make some rats. Do not tap the Ration City for that. Okay, black, colorless. This one. Rats! 12 rats. Gain some life. Draw 2 cards. Ho ho ho. Alright, so I can cast what? Cathar Commando. Let's play untapped land and then pass. So both these get solved, and this way, if they happen to have temporary lockdown, we can sack it, play Cathar, eat the lockdown. Doubling season. All right, is this the kill condition? Sure. So this one's with Atraxa, right? Or not Atraxa, Vraska. Liliana. All right, well, we kind of have to respond to that. Activate. Cast Cathar Commando. Kill this. All right, everything else resolves. They do unfortunately make 10 bajillion tokens. Uh-huh. 3, 4, 5, 6. I can actually activate Gix next turn. I can replay and activate Gix if I want to. So this is -9 is when we get there. Okay. Oh. How good is that, actually? They have 6 blockers, so I cannot actually kill either one of these. Okay, unless I animate Restless. Then I could kill Lily, but that's it. Back to kill a thing. Probably want to wait on Gix? I don't know. So 3 mana for Gix, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to play a land, and then that gives me 6 discards on the Gix. I can probably do better than that. Oh, wait, no, because I'm attacking them for 10 bajillion. Activate. Play Gix. Go to combat. Attack you. When did I get to 61? Next. Damage! Damage, 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 damage. Alright, do this ability. Okay, resolve everything. Oh, right, they get to draw a million times? Sure. Fake action. Fake action. Fake action. Holy crap, take action. Fake action. Take action. Okay, this has gotten kind of out of hand. This one. And then, the only card I want to keep is Raise? And Case, maybe? I don't know. Actually, can I just kill them with, hang on. Okay, so Case, Tenacity. I can do that next turn. So I want to keep 3 cards, potentially. How many cards are in my hand right now? 12? Okay, so activate for 9. Target you. And I'll discard this, 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 and this. Submit. Bum, 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 bum. What are we getting? Wow, really? We exiled 7 lands and these 2. Jesus Christ. Okay, so these don't resolve. These all go on the stack at the same time? All right. All right, well, there's more lands. Draw a card. That was underwhelming. Deadly cover-up. Okay, fine. Are they just gonna eat the rats? That would suck. They didn't eat the rats? What else did they exile? Gix. Okay. All right. Doubling season. Uh-huh. They have 3 mana left. What are we doing with it? Oh, thank you for tapping out, sir. Thank you for tapping out. Now they're dead. Uh-huh. Oh, they make 10 gajillion tokens. Yeah, that's fine. Clean up step, I assume. Yeah, they do have a Vraska. And which Jace is this? Or Vivian Reed. Creatures you control, +2 vigilance, trample, indestructible. Sure. Alright, they're dead. Case! Enduring tenacity. And now we snake you. And now we snake you. And now we snake you. And can you believe that was game 1? Holy crap. All right, get lost, Lauren. Else? No, dreams of... So this hits Overlord. It's okay, definitely Duress. Is there Graveyard relevant? No. Scavenger Regent to kill all the tokens might be relevant. Lunar Convocation, definitely. What's bad? They have sweepers, so 12. Like one voice. Now, actually, the bats are really bad in the sweepers, right? Like this game's going super long. Maybe we just cut all our bats. Yeah, let's cut all the bats. They have infinite card draw and sweepers and whatnot, so just get rid of all the bats, I guess. Yeah, that seems fine. All right, let's do that. All right, yeah, this is good. Keep. All right, we definitely want to try to turn 2 that, so play this. Prevail. We really need to hit land number 3. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And Beanstalk. Yep. All right, play Bronco. This is Ride's End mana, unfortunately. I could get lost this first so they don't keep drawing. That might be good. Okay, let's blow this up. Then attack with the Bronco. Trigger. Alright, they didn't have Ride's End. Play Case. Still fine to hit it. How come you picked the name Amio 2? Because it's... Amio was already taken because that's my first channel, so the 2 is for the second channel. I could attack and then they trade with the thing. That seems okay. We have a ton of other card draw in our hand, but I think I'm fine with that. Combat, swing, trigger. Yeah, we needed to hit a land this turn as well, so that's fine. I assume they just block. Okay. And then we can go Enduring Innocence into Land Sanctifier, draw another card. Duress us. Take Lunar, presumably. No, they took Case? What? Map an insect, reveal Liliana. They're gonna keep Liliana on top. They're 1 land away from it. Yeah, so this is my first channel. Amio. So I needed a second channel. This channel was not originally going to be MTG content. I just wound up that way. Alright, so yeah, they have double maps here. They probably didn't want to read Lunar. Okay, so we just play Yawgmoth and attack them. We get to draw 2 cards. That sounds pretty good. And some life. Go to combat. Swing away. Hit an opponent. Draw some cards. Take some damage. Take some more damage. And then, oh, we don't have the ability to... We don't have black mana. That's unfortunate. So I can't actually play anything. All right, well, play this tap. Let's go. Was that just a name you picked? No, it is my name. It is my actual name. You might think, why did I pick my actual name? It's because I was sitting around trying to come up with a channel name, and I realized that instead of actually just making some goddamn videos and posting them, I was spending hours trying to think up a name, and I'm like, you know what? I don't have time for this. I need to just make some videos. So yes, if I'd spent more time, I probably could have come up with something clever, but like, it's more important to just get this stuff done. Okay, they didn't exile anything, right? Yeah, they didn't. Okay, so we got Liliana next turn, so just playing creatures is bad, because they just make us eat them. But we do need to play them to draw. I could potentially play multiple of them. So we go Amalia first. Trigger. We gain life. Snake on top. Keep the snake, draw the snake. Keep the snake, draw the snake. That's actually a pretty good draw, because even if they eat it, then we get it back. Play the snake. Gain the life. Snake hits them. Amalia hits them too, or doesn't really. I just get a clank. All right, pile on for Liliana. That's excellent. Deadly cover up again, and it changes the top card of my deck. Ugh. What are they taking this time? They take the yeah, so they take the snake while its triggers on the stack. Oh, that's a shame. What a shame. And then this thing comes off. Ugh. Blech. Blech to you. Okay, so I need to have lost and gained in order to make the bat. I can't lose any life this turn. Probably. All right, voice. Let's see what we draw. Huzzah, a land. All right, Bronco. Creature. So now we only have to lose 2 of our guys if they play Lily. Eternal Wanderer. Damn, man. Like... Okay, so Scavenger -1, kill Eternal Wanderer, then what? Play Lunar Convo. I need to get this off the field. They just have so much stuff going on. All right, Scavenger. 1, X is 1. Actually, hang on. I know I'm gonna play Preacher. Actually, I don't know that because I don't know what I'm drawing off of the Bronco. All right, kill that. Go to combat. Swing here. Trigger. Deal a land. Sure. Kill that thing. I didn't lose land, right? Yeah. Or I didn't lose life. So the Liliana's still a thing. I didn't gain life either. Oh boy. I mean, I'm gonna do this anyway. So, okay, if I do that, I go to 12, then this is 7, and they can animate this, so I take 11 and go to... I would go to 1. Oh no, I have to activate caves in order to activate it in the first place. But playing Preacher here is bad too. Alright, I guess we just... I guess we just pass. Yeah. Can't you lose life with the pain and gain with the preacher? Oh, you are right. Yeah, I could have done that. They could have lilied, and then I would have kept preacher around and lost the other 2 creatures. Yeah, I could have done that. Liliana. Clear sacks too, sure. And they draw. Alright, activate this. Go to 5. Yikes. Alright, preacher. Gain draw. Play this. I did gain, so we want to make sure I lose life this turn. So, Lunar. One off of this. I'm straight up dead to this next turn, though, if I don't. Well, actually, that's not true, because I do this on their turn. So I have lost life and gained life, so I make a bat. Okay, that's fine. So this triggers bat, gain life, they take 1. Then this is still in play, which is a big problem. I mean, I think I'm keeping up pretty well here. I do absolutely need to block this. Block. Can't just have them continuously making tokens every turn. Then they draw a card off Lily. Duress us. Sure, we have nothing. Waste your duress. Oh my god. Yeah, alright. Alright, activate a ration. Exiling. Play Bronco. No, it's actually 2 mana for raise, so I don't want to do that. Exiling one of the preachers. Gain life, draw a card. Pile on, excellent. Unfortunately, I don't know which one is more of a threat at the moment. Fuck me. Alright, so... No, because I can't tap down any of my creatures because I need to block. Alright, Amalia first. Trigger. Life. Amalia. Top card's Lauren. That can actually kill Overlord. Yeah, alright, so... Sure. That, then play Lauren. Kill your over... Oh, wait, no. I need to respond to this. I don't want them to draw a card. What can I tap down? I'm at 7. I have to block one of these. If they just have removal from my bat, I'm fucked, right? I haven't lost life yet. Oh, I guess I can lose life off caves. Target here. Tap down the token. And then these 3. To resolve that. Then 2 lands. Then kill that. Gain life. Then the hinterland. I have not lost life this turn, right? There's no reason I would have lost any life yet. Yeah, so I need to go this. Activate Lunar. Actually, that's so dumb of me. Yeah, cause, oh no, because I make another bat, so I survive. No attacks. Then bat, go to 7. New blocker. Gix into the yard. Yeah, I don't have the life to use it right now. Gix into the yard. Actually, I could have, I suppose, done it the following turn. Maelstrom pulse the bats? What? Okay. Fair enough. Huh. I mean, we are grinding like crazy, so I guess Elspeth could be okay. It also kills overlords. And Beza, they do make a bajillion tokens, and this helps mitigate against Liliana, so I guess it's okay. What do I cut? Probably Voice of Victory? How many things does Raise even bring back right now? 4, 6, 8, 10, 12? That's it? That's probably still good enough. All right. Sure. Oh wow, every land's a tap land. I didn't even realize that. Veil, sure, because we play Enduring next turn. That's fine. All right. Beanstalk. And play Enduring. Another Beanstalk. Oh my god. This is gonna be so rough. Alright, Case. Amalia. Triggers. Trigger. I would like that, yes. Combat. Swing. More life gain. Another land. Play this tap. Surveil. Keep the pile on for sure. Triple Beanstalk. Fuck me. Alright, I mean, they have removal sweeper probably, so let's go. Enduring Innocence. Triggers. Life gain. Okay. Combat. Attack. Bam. Keep the Get Lost on top. Alright, Deadly Cover-Up. Yep. Sweep your board, draw 3 cards, you know, no biggie. At least these come back. Now the problem is I have 0 pressure. I guess I could raise just to get Amalia back. That's probably actually worth it. So raise Amalia, it triggers twice. I look at 2 more cards, or I could just activate Restless Fortress, I guess? I don't know. And if I raise Amalia, I get to hold Get Lost open. So at this point, I can't possibly stop the cards they're drawing off beans, so I guess I just focus on threats. Alright, raise. Raise for Amalia. Yeah, raise for Amalia. Why not? Or I can play Scavenger Region. Nah, raise for Amalia. Triggers. Get a land. Lauren, sure, keep Lauren. Draw. We're gonna... Actually, at this point, since I have Lauren coming up, let's... Nah, I need to have threat assessment here. They're gonna play some huge thing, and I'm gonna need to answer it. Land. Split up. Sure. Maelstrom Pulse. I guess I could save the other one if I want to get lost my own case. Do I want to do that? They're at 5 cards. I can blow up 2 beanstalks. No, that's fine. Alright, blow up one of your beanstalks. Then untap, then Lauren. Then blow up another beanstalk. And draw 2 cards. Draw a card, draw a card. Alright, Duress you. Okay. How much mana do they have? 6? So they can play either one next turn. Each opponent loses 3, you gain 3. Draw 2 cards. Each opponent may scry 1. Exile a target creature enchantment if it wasn't or created, blah, 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 blah. And this one does what now? You draw, this becomes a treasure. I guess we take Kaya. White, white, black, black. Yeah, I guess we take Kaya. Yeah. Take Kaya. And then play this, and back to them. And another land. Duress us. It's unfortunate they're doing that first, because now we can't pile on the fucking Vraska when they play it, but yeah. Alright. Take our pile on. Overlord. They're not playing Vraska. Alright. Resolve that. Yep. And then map it. Sure. Doubling doubling season Vraska. That's a problem. All right, activate a Ration City. Exile Amalia. Draw some cards. Lunar Convo. Okay, I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have got 1 turn to answer them. Ooh, boy, this is not good. Okay. I can't attack right now. What am I doing? I have no creatures in my yard. I could Regent for a bunch. Who cares? That's irrelevant. I probably just got a Lunar Convo and draw, I guess? Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. Lunar Convo. Activate. That's not going so well. Okay, I could play Scavenger Regent as a creature. I don't know how helpful that is. Then what? Now let's just activate again. All right. Well, that's something. Not that we can even do anything with it this turn. I guess it's probably better to just activate Lunar Convo again. So then we end the turn. No attacks. This doesn't trigger. Duress us. Sure, take our case. Then doubling season. Uh-huh. Death in 1 turn, if we can't find an answer. Map here, sure. Bride's End on top, sure, whatever. Fine. Attack. No blocks, we'll take 8. Alright, Lunar Convo. What are we getting? Enduring Tenacity. Okay. How much damage can we do? 3. Oh, I needed to activate Lauren there. Fuck me. All right. Animate, and then I have exactly enough to play Enduring Tenacity, so that would be 5 damage just from this. 7, 8, and then can I trigger the Lunar Convocation? I need to damage myself somehow. How do I do that? I can't. 4, 5. 4, attack 3. This converts to 5, 6, 7, 8. Goes to 2. Damn, really? I'm so close. I don't have any creatures in my yard that I can get rid of. Combat. Swing here. Nah, it's actually bad to use this right now. I'm almost certainly not going to find it on the next one. So let's activate Lunar. Oh my god, really? I can afford one more go. What just happened? Oh, I reached 0 on time? Huh. I don't think I was gonna make it out of that. I had one more draw off the Lunar Convo and a draw off of Lauren. So unless I drew exactly pile, no, I already went through pile on. Unless I had pretty much had to draw exactly Get Lost or Cathar Commando. All right. Anyway, so I think that's a good enough demonstration of the deck. So yeah, right now, I like the deck. I'm just tinkering with what's in it. So should it be Tenacity? I definitely want a way to convert the life gain into life loss. I'm just not sure whether Tenacity is the best or whether Starscape Cleric would be better. I think probably Tenacity is better, but I'm not sure. The Voice of Victories, the thing is, like, there's times when they're good, but then there's other times when they just don't do much. I haven't played enough with Bronco to know if it's good enough yet. And the bats are, like, on-off. I feel like there's too much removal for Skrelv to matter. I wind up boarding it out a lot. Like, it's just a bunch of decks are playing sweepers right now, especially Lockdown, and it's bad against all of those. So, yeah, probably... I do like Gix a lot, though. Gix is great. And I'm happy with the mana. So with that done, how good is the combo version of the deck? So as a reminder, this is what the combo version of the deck looks like. I'm actually wondering, should Enduring Innocence just be Gix? It does turn, like, the bat, like, Gorehound into extra draws, like... Let's, Okay, I can't search for Gix because why? There we go. Got one Ellis in this version. I really want to see the Cleric work. I think it's silly and Raise, honestly. Yeah, so that's what we're going to see next. So we're going to see this as built around mainly the Cleric. In this, like, more combo graveyard version of the deck. All right. Let's go. Let's see how this works out. All right, so we have to switch to combo version. Well, not a great hand, but it's keepable, I guess. Playing against Slurp Lord over here. All right, which archive deck is this? Don't know yet. Voice into Ellis is a pretty good curve. All right, it's this meticulous archive deck. Voice. Lightning Helix, okay. I think at this point it's probably better to play the Bat, because if their next card is Stock Up and they're stuck on no more lands after that, it's probably better to just have that. Bat them, see what they're getting. They do have stock up. They also have removal. So let's just take the stock up and force them to use removal for the turn. Messes with their curve at least. Stock up back. All right, Gorehound into. If I play anything else right now, they just lock down the things, and then I get them back with Cathar. It's probably just better to have old Cathar up. All right, well now Shiko can do Lightning Helix. Yeah. That sucks. All right. So that's dead. If I don't hold mana open, I can't use Cathar to hit this, so that's an issue. Let's just play Voice now. And pass. Uh-huh. Then we shoot it. Problem is this doesn't even attack well, right? It attacks into Shiko and then just dies. Play Ellis. Play Amalia. I mean, we kind of need to do stuff, but I guess we don't have to do this right now. Although they can stock up for another lockdown, but I guess I'll take a turn off and just hope that they don't hit it. Stock up. Helix Ellis. Yeah, alright. Play Gorehound. Play Wreckage Wickerfolk. Triggers. Well, I kind of would like to draw that, but on the other hand, I don't want to lose 3 surveil or more surveils than this here. I think we just dig for raise. All right, bin these. Combat. Swing here. Trigger. Get some more surveils. Bin here. Bin here. We've been through 21 cards and haven't found raise the past yet. Play another one. Trigger. Still no. This is one of the problems with this version of the deck. Dragonstorm. They discarded a counter, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess I chumped this. Parting Gust on Big Voice of Victory. Okay. Prevail. God damn it, man. Been that. Okay, Enduring Innocence. It's something. Surveil. Still no. I guess I attack with the Gorehound, because it can attack them. 25 cards. Haven't found Raise yet. Alright, we're at 8. Still none. Activate. Exiling... Amalia. Surveil. Sure, we need to kill Shiko, so... I guess they could have the thing. Pylon, target. Yeah, counterspell. 27 cards. So even if I trigger this, so I have to gain life off Enduring Innocence this turn. Go to combat. Swing out, I guess. Right, there's nothing on the ground anyway. Blocks Amalia, sure. They do have lightning helixes in their deck, so alright, let's resolve this first. Sure. Take action. And then decline all the other actions. I haven't actually triggered this turn, right? Yeah, so let's... I guess we don't need to. Alright, let's see if we're dead. So they've already used 2 helixes. If they have another one of their 2 or another Shiko, we're dead. Or if they just have a counterspell for Raise. Alright, we're at 1. Yep, they just have another Shiko. Okay. Alright, Duress, Streams, Lord Skitter. They're gonna bring in Rip, so Loran. Get Lost, Preachers, Lunar. Probably a Ghost Vac. What do we not want? Some of these can go. Some of these can go. Amalia can go. One of the Amalias can go. We can lose... Bats. No, not Bats. What do we take out? Pylon. I probably don't need exactly Ghost Vacuum. Wicker Folk, those can go. Alright, do that. Sure. Right on time. Alright, that's something at least. Bang. Resolve the ward. Alright, I may as well get value out of it. Getting that. Alright, over to them. Dragon Storm. Okay, yeah, we're not raising. Well, I guess we could raise for just these two. It is a pretty good 2. I don't like going shields down on Cathar. I guess that's fine, because if they do lock down, then we just lure in the lockdown. Because what's the alternative? I map this twice and then just attack them? Alright. Raise. So 2 of these triggers go off. Molly gets 2 triggers. Bin that. We'll keep Gix. And swing. Beza. Alright, that's okay. So the only good attack is Amalia, maybe. I guess it's fine because we can raise them all back anyway. But I play Gix. I really want to be able to attack this. You don't say. Alright, play this. Triggers Amalia, keep it, and then I guess I'm just not attacking this turn. We'll try next turn. Yeah, so Shiko, get lost something. I'm not sure what. Probably Amalia would be my guess, but I'm not sure. No, Voice of Victory, right? So they obviously care about being able to get through getting counter spells online, because otherwise they wouldn't do that. So do I raise here? Probably. All right, raise. Triggers. No, I don't have time for that. Bin it. I also want to hit a land. Oh, no, there goes another bat. Still don't have a good attack, so we'll just pass. Like, if he's valuing killing voice over anything else, then that tells me his hand's probably full of counters. Or at least it has nothing else in it besides just counter spells. Hutzel's flanker now to exile my graveyard? Sure. I didn't even have that much in my graveyard, right? It was just these four. So I go Innocence, attack with the voices. The voices just get killed is the problem. Yeah, the problem is I just cannot attack in any way that works. So, Creature, Trigger, Lord Skitter on top. Sure. I don't know. Creature. Pass to them. I'm thinking Preacher because that way if I attack with it, they can't just block it with only Beza. They have to block with multiple creatures to kill it. Stock up. All right, they for sure are just going to have a sweeper that isn't temp lockdown, so I'm on borrowed time at this point. So what are we attacking with? Preacher, Amalia. Play Enduring Innocence. Trigger, try to get Amalia higher. Spin that. They can multi-block to kill this, but they have to do a pretty darn good job of it. Alright, so let's go combat. Swing here. Swing here. Swing with one of these every... So this can get blocked for free, but the token... And then one of the tokens can. And I want to be able to trigger Innocence on this turn as well, so. Triggers. Alright, there's the land. Lunar Convo. I kind of would like to draw that, so sure. Then blocks. Fish here, sure. Yeah, there. Free block on the token. The Preacher's gonna get through, and they probably don't want to trade a token for this thing. Nope. Reassigning blocks. Okay, sure. Go to damage. Then I get 2 Gix triggers. So use those. Ooh, the Starscape card. Alright, so I've taken damage this turn from Gix, so now I can play Lunar Convo and it'll trigger. Then end step. Bin that. Bin that? Actually, I'm not sure about that. No, let's keep it. Get lost on Cathar Commando. Alright, so they do just have temp lockdown then? Yeah. That's fine, because now we just get to, lore in it. Alright, so do I have enough mana to do everything? This is 5. How many creatures am I getting? They're getting back all their roilings? That sucks. Alright, well, we can still do a lot of damage here. So, Case. Then play this without Offspring. Alright, and then we gotta play this in a very deliberate way. So make sure to stack it so this dies before the life gain. Blow that up, these come back, triggers. They also get the roilings. They discarded stock up? Alright. Then that. We have 2 more raises in our deck, so let's just keep bidding stuff. We also have Revenge of the Rats as well. Kind of insane that I have to keep stacking those each time. Alright. Yeah, that goes. And last one. Okay, do I want to attack with Enduring? It gets it off the field in case they have Sunfall, but it doesn't seem great to do that. It would also trigger Amalia and Cleric one more time. I think no. And then these all trigger on the end step. Oh, did we not lose life this turn? I could have with caves. Unfortunate. Alright, over to them. Pyroclasm, you say? Alright. That comes back. Are we doing another one? Another Shiko, and then they're gonna flash Pyroclasm back. Okay, they should have attacked first, but they didn't. That's fine. I guess they don't have to, right? They can just keep their original legend around, but they didn't. Everything on my side dies except for Amalia, but I have Case of the Uneaten Feast to get all this stuff back anyway. Okay, so I've got 7 mana to work with, and I can get back Gore. I can get back a bunch of Gorehounds and Voices. They also have to block Amalia this turn. Let's play Skitter. We don't have to pop the cases yet. Oh wait, would Cleric have just killed them? Alright, I could have played Cleric plus multiple things that would have just killed them. Alright, I can still do that. Activate. Play the Cleric. Then play Gorehound. Oh, I needed to play this too. I'm just doing this all out of order. I was supposed to play Hinterland first. So dumb on my part. Alright. Here's Raise. Combat. This makes a token. Triggers. Exile. Temp lockdown. They're gonna die from the lunar convo, so it's fine. But yeah, I could have done that a lot better. So do they just not have bigger sweepers like they have Judgment and Sunfall, or did we just never see them? Because boy, was that awkward. Alright, that's fine. Do you see, though, how this is, like, a lot harder to make work? Alright, double Gorehound. We got Gorehound into Voice, into another Gorehound or Preacher. Sounds fine to me. I don't know, the Cleric just seems to make everything much less complicated a lot of the time. He just cheeses them. I mean, I could just have the Cleric in the other version as well. Dragon Storm, sure. I have Enduring Tenacity in the mid-range version, and they kind of do the same thing. Yeah, alright, so play Voice. Trying to make sure we get lands on top. Nope. Yeah, but he can be hit off Raise though, but I only have one Raise in the other version. I'm not saying that he's not better. Like, I haven't tested them both. It feels like Enduring Tenacity would be better, but that could be wrong. Cutzel's Flanker main phase to exile my freaking Lunar? No, they're just gaining life and scrying. Yeah, okay. So that means they get to block here, but I'm still gonna probably, almost certainly just gonna attack. Who on top? Wow, really? Okay, Gorehound. Prevail. We really need to hit land. Swing trigger. Bunch of Gorehound triggers. Yeah, which is all the good stuff going to the graveyard. Because we can't find lands. Okay, finally a land. Then we're blocking here. Yeah. Alright, let's duress them. Alright, take Day of Judgment. Not by dreams negate it happens. Stock up. Yep. They opted to do that over just playing Beza, eh? I would have just played Beza. Then done that another turn. Alright, dreams. Alright, lockdown we can deal with Get Lost or Cathar. We take... Oh, man, Flanker hits our graveyard too, and that's a problem. Well, we don't have that much in... I guess I don't care if that much if they just play Beza, so... We'll take Cutzels. And then... Play this. Go to combat. Swing. The version I play has the Snake and the Cleric Lord to sack a dork, and then one turn kill combo them with the Snake and the Cleric. Which one is the Cleric Lord? If they play Beza, they don't get negate up, or they can go lockdown, have negate up, but that's whatever. Beza, sure. Alright, cats. Really wanted that to be an untapped land. I can never go shields down with Cathar now. Which means I can't play Preacher this turn, because if I play Preacher and they just go lockdown, eat your guys, and then they have negate up, then I don't have Get Lost in return. Meringue? Oh, they only have one blue source. Okay, sure. No blocks. I want to see if they negate this. Well, I don't know. I should probably just use Cathar. It's more mana efficient if I don't, though. Alright, spend your negate on it. Sure. Alright, we will just blow it up then here. It gets the negate out of their hand, and that way, once we do find Raise, eventually we can cast it. And speak of the devil. All right. How many things do we get back? 1, 2, 3. We don't actually get back that much. So, it's better to do this first. Trigger the Gorehounds. Bin that. Man, we're hitting a lot of crap, aren't we? All right, bin that. Back to Gorehound. At this point, I'm low enough on life that I probably will have to trade with Beza. Just about to get killed. Shadowrite Priest. I also have one Valgavoth for decks that have trouble with him, and Bloodthirsty Conqueror to one-turn kill out of nowhere. What is Shadowrite Priest? Shadowrite Priest. Alright, well, we are unfortunately forced to use Raise at this point. Alright. Let's see if they drew a counter spell. Raise. No, they did not. Alright. So, I mean, if I don't take Get Lost, then they just Get Lost the bat, and then they get their other thing back. But that's fine. But then they can just Get Lost something else like Voice. I guess I would rather take Get Lost and then just see what random card they get off of roiling. So this is not a great raise, so we have to dig to the next one. Gix, yeah, that's going too. Gix would actually be a good draw here, but I think we're just supposed to keep binning everything. I don't know. I could have been correct to just keep Gix on top. All right, that definitely is going to the graveyard. Battlerite Priest. Clerics get +1. 3 black tap. Sack another cleric. Search your library for a black creature card. Put it onto the field. Shuffle. Interesting. And we had the shields down for that too. Aza. Okay. I guess let's gain a bajillion life. Although we do have to shields down again, but I think that's better than... Nah, because if they just draw Lockdown or Shiko Lockdown, then that's horrendous for us, so... So let's see, I can attack here. That's probably bad. Let's just rats. 8 rats. Triggers. Alright, so if we don't find this off of, if we don't find a raise off, okay, there we go. That's the second one. Our raise right now is not that good. I think we are unfortunately supposed to bin it and keep going. We haven't found... Yeah, we need to find Raise and we need to find Starscape Cleric. Alright, keep that one. And now we can attack with the bat, and that's it. Rock up, uh-huh. Cuts, oh man. Then we lose our graveyard. Yep. Well, that sucks. All right, well. Sure, keep that one. I gotta play the long game here. All right, let's attack with the rats and the bat. So just these ones. They get 1 free block, but then all the other rats trade with their guys. No blocking with the flanker, sure. Stock up. There's Chico. Alright, what are we targeting? Presumably temporary lockdown, yeah. But I can just blast it. So yeah, the Dragon Storms come back. And they cast lockdown. And we blast it. So if they block 3 creatures, they take 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. They're not dead. The rats don't even get in for that much if I just attack with them. I guess I can attack with everything that comes back. They are tapped out, and then I just raise again. Yeah, that's fine. So we attack with everything. These trigger. We get to surveil a whole bunch, putting more creatures into the yard. There's the cleric. All right, they're dead. Well, it depends on what they block. I guess they just block the rats, right? Double clerics. Block the rat tokens. No. You know I play Raise the Pass, so why are you blocking... I mean, it makes sense to block Voice, but why... Yeah, whatever. Alright, Raise, they die. Okay. That felt like a struggle, like more of a struggle than it needed to be, and I think that is where this, like, more all-in version of the deck is gonna fail. But to be fair, we haven't played that much with it yet, so... Once is not a science. So you're all in on Shadow Priest, eh? Are the Starscape Clerics the only clerics? Standard, ID, white and black, type cleric. It has to specifically be another cleric, right? There's 53 clerics in standard. Among them, I guess Ailey is a cleric. Ellis is a cleric. Hinterland Sanctifier is a cleric. All right, so there's a fair number of those. I am first, and I can play Gorehound. Okay. All right. Hinterland. Veil. Not a land, Bennett. Domain it is. There's a land. All right, play Bat. We got to take their lockdown. Well then. I'm going to bet that they're going to want to play Overlord. So, they get lost. Yep, keeping lands. It feels unbelievably inefficient for them to cast Get Lost this turn, so they're almost certainly just going to play Overlord. Yeah, okay. We can either take the other one or Zur. They go untapped land, Zur, animate. Okay. Triggers. Temp lockdown has to be the pick here. Yeah. Untap land on top. Yeah. All right. A lot of bats and clerics. Hinterland, Channeler, Shadow, Starscape, Cosmos, Caller. We'll take a look after this match. Or during sideboarding, I guess. So they can go get lost this one, get lockdown back, or get lost this one, get lost this one. Give me 4 maps, and then lockdown next turn. Yeah. So get lost here. Get lost here. Okay, so get lost is for sure coming, so I need to spend all the maps this turn. So map. Map. Alright. I guess they don't have to. They can just go Zur animate. Exactly what they're doing. Oh, they didn't animate it. They just played another beanstalk? Interesting. But anything that I deploy at this point, yeah. So, and the problem is lockdown gets completely around, raises. I do have a Cathar in my graveyard, so I guess I need to find raise to get that to get the lockdowns back. So if that's the case, I want to position it that Starscape Cleric is one of the things that gets hit. So let's go combat, swing. Let's block Hinterland, sure. Then we go Hinterland. Trigger Gorehound. In that. Then the Bat. And then we get a bunch of triggers. Spin that. And voice. Triggers again. Spin that. 20 cards in. Have not found raise. So he's 100% casting Temp Lockdown this turn. Feel really confident there's a very good deck that can be figured out with this whole idea for sure. Also, I've really enjoyed watching you. This has helped me a lot for real. Well, you're welcome, James. So I just need to find a raise, and then they're dead. Overlord. Okay. We have been through 20 cards. Day of Judgment. Really? Okay. Well. So now Zur, animate this. Attack for 12. Oh no, now lockdown. Really? Now lockdown? Alright. They've been playing this pretty weird. Okay, so 12, and we're dead in 1 hit if we don't find it. Actually, no, we're not quite. No, because we'll just animate something else, and then we'll die. Please draw raise. God damn it. 22 looks, didn't find it. All right. Get Lost, Lauren, Dreams, Creature, Lunar. One of these cases. The Deep Cavern Bats. Wicker Folk. Pile on. All right, that's fine. Yeah, Shadow Priest into... I guess Valgavoth or combo pieces definitely sounds interesting. Problem is you got to play Shadow Priest. All right, so the clerics that cost 2 or less that are in Orzhov that we are already playing or could play is like Ellis, Hinterland, Then here's, I guess, Grand Abolisher counts. So you would play Abolisher over Voice. And there's the Starscape Cleric. Those would seem to be the main ones. This is a black creature card specifically, right? Problem is you have to get Shadow Priest, you have to get another Cleric, and then you have to get to 5 mana. I guess it's not, like, unusable. It is definitely worth exploring. Sure. Oh, Voice is better before Amalia. Because we'll get more off of it. Alright, so now we play Amalia. Trigger, Amalia. Land, swing, triggers again. Case. No, we've been Case. And we've been another creature, of course. All right, lockdown. Lockdown time. No, Rides End, Voice of Victory. All right. Raise just on a Voice is atrocious. I guess we're doing this. So Amalia, play it. Keep the one that we have. Trigger the bunny. Ooh. We're only gonna have 2 in the yard. Okay, bin that. Then we'll play this. We will auto-pay here. Then swing, hit them for 6, and then this will trigger because we gained life and lost life. They go to 8 and we make a bat. In that. Pay a judgment. Sure. Excellent. Oops. Let's go. Needs to be white. Everything comes back. Legend. Bomb. Amalia triggers a bunch of times. Yeah, get rid of it. We got more triggers to go. All right, get rid of that. Huh. Veil. There it is. We don't have an actual way to kill them yet, though. Get lost Amalia, Ward Trigger. We'll go to 4. Alright, how are they getting rid of the rest of this then? Because if it was lockdown, they would have just done that. So they eat Voice? Is their only possible hit there? They're still not actually dead. If I just find Starscape Cleric, they lose, although I'm far more likely to find it if I raise. And then I would still have the mana left over. Alright, they're just conceding. I could also just map my guys. Yeah, this is fine. So I would say that it's pretty much gone as I expected, that the full all-in on the raise deck, it is better than the previous version, but it's still worse than just the mid-range version. No white mana, though. We can't keep that. All right. Alright, well, I was going to play Hinterland first, but now we're not doing that. Interesting. I mean, I guess if they have Ride's End, they have Ride's End. So be it. Alright, flashing in Cathar Commando next turn. Swing, triggers, draw some cards. Could have played Dreams earlier instead of like Cathar. But Gix still stays in play. Draw. Ooh. What a turn. Alright. Case. Interland. And then Amalia. Triggers. No. Get rid of that. And second one. Yeah, I actually do want to keep this. Even though, yes, it's a creature I can raise back, but I'm not going to raise next turn. Almost certainly not. So we'll just keep this and shoot Hemp Lockdown. They played a tap land, so they can't zero this turn. Alright, blocks. It can block some stuff, but that's irrelevant. Alright, combat, swing. Alright, I guess we may as well get more damage in prior to... They'll gain some life, and then Amalia triggers. Spin it. Spin it. And blow up Lockdown. Do that, gain some more life. Second Amalia. Warhound. Rats for sure. Oh, there we go. All right. So they go to 1. Trigger Gix. Oh, I hadn't played a land this turn. I could have drawn Starscape and just won the game. Oh, well. This doesn't solve until the end step, so I can't use it yet. Okay, so we'll blow up this. And we'll Dreams. Alright, take that one. Solve, go. I mean, they're enormously dead. Like... Get lost on Gix. Okay, you're still dead. You got 3 lethal attacks and only 1 blocker. Okay. I think maybe this deck needs to lean more into the Starscape's Cleric plan, so let's go back to the drawing board here. Combo version. So what if I get the 3rd Cleric into the deck and we have to cut a thing? Probably Voice. I thought those would be better than they wound up being. Maybe Deep Cavern Bat isn't as good either. I haven't drawn Enduring even once, and it seems like it's kind of a problem to get these going in the first place, but I don't know. Sideboard, that's fine. I don't know. The Preachers are kind of bad in this version. Let's try one more game. I would like to play a game against aggro with the combo version. Kind of incredible that I didn't get ripped in any of those games. Yeah, as tempting as that is, 1 land's not good enough. Alright, let's bin Caves. Alright, aggro. Let's go. Interesting. That's really interesting. Alright, I'm gonna keep both. Cutter, they can't attack here. And then we get to Gix hit them. Alright, so now the pain. Monastery. Into. Play to hand, and this thing comes. Yeah, I'm not blocking. No spell, so would I have... There's no way that I had a free block on the cutter. I guess I attack with both, go to 10, play 2 blockers. That's not great, though. No, because then I don't have Pylon. I need to have Pylon up, so... I go Guy, Pylon is up. I need to draw cards, though. I need to also draw land. I don't know. I feel like we're probably not winning this game. So let's just... swing here. Let's draw some cards. There's Raise. Okay, gaining life is enormously helpful here. So, Hinterland. Oh, they have like some burn spell or something. Alright, well, here's Voice. No? Alright, gain life. Back to them. They just didn't have a spell. Stock up. All these things trigger. I feel like they would have used Rage last turn if they had it, although it's pretty likely they draw it here as well. Off the stock up. This is 7. If they do have Rage, we're going to die. So, that'll be it. Light a hand. All right. Block here. We absolutely have to draw land. So this is 2, 5, 8. We go to 3. I can just block here, though. So I take 6, go to 5. And this is dead. I could also just not block here and guarantee that I gain life. How much damage are they taking? 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to 2 and we're dead to a burst. Well, no, we're not dead to burst. Because we'll gain life. Alright, block. We did draw land. I'm definitely attacking with voice, so I'll at least get 1 hit in. So let's... I guess I don't care how low they are this turn. It's better to surveil first. So Gorehound. Gain life. Then the Claire. Actually, no, I'm gonna potentially draw a card here. So I'm definitely gonna draw a card here. Play this one. Trigger, life gain. They lose 1. Then we surveil. Case, then eat, and feast. Well, it'd be great to have that now, but we don't. So we're not going to have it until after combat, so it's better to just mill it over. Combat, swing here. And then I have as much on defense as possible, plus pile on. So swing, triggers. Then bin that, and then bin a land. Oh, actually, I get potentially 3 draws, right? I guess I shouldn't go into burst lightning range. I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't go into burst lightning range, so I should draw 1. Draw. It's a 1 drop, so I can afford to draw another card. All right, then decline. Then I can play Hinterland and gain another life back up to 5. Yeah, bin any creatures. All right. So they're at 7. We have a bunch of blocks plus pile on. Hopefully that's good enough. Great catcher, sure. Sleight of hand. So they make another thing. All right, declare blocks. Block here. Block here. Block here. Block here. And this already has trample, so I guess I do just die to burst lightning if they burst us, so. Block, block. I guess I may as well do this. Right? Yeah. Alright, 5 blocks. Uh-huh. Do they have another one? For fuck's sake, man. So I hit this and I take 6 and die. Great. No, 7 and die. I could have survived 1. Alright, Beza. Creature to block. Rest Theorems. Lauren. Authority. Get lost. Yeah. Okay, what am I binning? The bats are terrible in this matchup. What else? One of these. Not on offense, so Gix goes. Just get rid of this. Don't need these as much. 2 more cards. 2 more cards. I guess if I gain enough life, that in and of itself is winning, so I probably just need like 1 win con, and then what else am I cutting? One voice. Alright, we got life gain, a big blocker, and a removal spell. Take us away. Immediate death, sure. Ellis. Another immediate death. They just kept 1 land plus a bunch of kill spells. Alright, that's going to turn out very poorly for them. Sleight of hand. Spear, Ooh, that's really good. Alright, combat, creature attacks, draw a card. So then, we want to do this way. So Enduring first, then Hinterland, draw, and their turn. And we drew Case, that's excellent. Alright, and they've conceded. Seems like our sideboard plan worked out. Let's run it back. Reminds me, we should test Zoraline in the mid-range version. Can't keep that. That's rough. I'm not going to 5. I'll keep double Case and just hope we draw a land. Actually, Malia? No, you know what? I'm gonna put back Cathar. No, you know what? I'm gonna put back Gorehound. Based on how this curves out... well, there's land number 2. Do they actually have Spell Pierce here? Alright, if they did, they didn't want to Spell Pierce that one. Great Catcher. Instead of Amalia, let's just arrest them. And that way we get double Case next turn. Alright, take your 1 opt. Stock up. Okay. Alright, in comes Amalia. Please get to 4 counters so you don't die to burst or whatever. Land and... Case. Sure, keep that. block. Opt. Yep. Opt again. Sure. Alright, case. Amalia. Triple triggers. I'm gonna keep it on top twice, just so I guarantee the counters, and then we'll put it in the bin. 5/5 Amalia, get bent. Red deck. Flick shot. Stock up. I should stop on my upkeep so I can control what I draw. Yeah. Triple gain. Malia. Get lost? Sure, I want that. Which one am I more afraid of? I do want to hit them for a shitload of damage here. I guess let's just kill Drakecatcher. Because it provides blockers for them. Yeah, let's just kill this. Alright, take 8. Yep. Alright, so I would like to note we're at 23 at the beginning of this turn. How low are we going? And this is getting burst, or are we mapping, or what? Map the Swift Spear. If they have double spell, this is a bad trade. It's just not block. That way we can hit Steel Cutter. I do have an 8/8 Amalia. Like, are you not afraid of that at all? Map the Slick Shot. They're doing it now. Why not do it prior to damage? I mean, they're almost dead. I can put them to 1, but actually can't kill them this turn. But I can blow up Steel Cutter. And then I'm at 17 prior to them attacking next turn. I think that's good enough. If that's not good enough, then absolutely screw this deck. Oh yeah, okay. Flood Maw. Life Payment. Alright. Bounce back to my hand. 6. Replay Amalia. More life. And another Amalia. Sure, it's fine if they kill the first one. No, because we want to hit other things. Never mind. Let's just spin that. And then Creature. I don't particularly want to draw that in this situation. But I guess it does guarantee that I have another thing next turn, and Amalia gets bigger. Sure, we'll keep that. Blow up Steel Cutter. Swift Spear. Sleight of Hand. Alright, remember, we started this turn at 20. Stock up. I actually can't block here, because if they have any spell, I lose Amalia to whatever they hit me with. 6, 9, 12, 15. Another spell is actually able to kill me? Okay, it's not another spell, because they're only attacking there. But if they had hit, we would have actually lost, or we would lose Amalia. Creature. Trigger. Gain some life. Top card's another Amalia, which, if we attack in here, we're not losing our Amalia, so get rid of it. Second one. Voice. Get rid of it. Third one. Pile on. Sure. Combat. Swing. They have to block. And then I'm not going to not play a land, so play that. Quarry Steelcutter. Bunch of triggers. Second spell, stock up. Uh-huh. Was I actually supposed to get rid of Pylon? That seems crazy. Bloodmaw the Preacher. Are we taking lethal? 8, 12. Yeah, we're taking lethal. Yeah, okay. You didn't need to rub it in, my dude. So we took 27 that turn. Anyways, that does reinforce. So yeah, I played a few games, and the combo version just is not as good as the mid-range version. It just can't interact or block as well. The mid-range version does kill you. It just kills you slower. So mainly, oh yeah, before I forget, Zoraline. Do I not have it? Uncollected. So Zoraline is another card that I would want to test out. It has a couple notable things in it. It does gain life. It does reanimate stuff, but not in a way where you just lose if you can't reanimate stuff. It also is another card that can lose you life, which matters for Lunar Convocation. It also flies, which is important to block pixie cards and Slick Shot, although obviously, yes, it does die to Torch and nowhere to run. So I would want to test this out. What would I cut for that? The Skrelvs have not performed as I would have liked them to. So probably Skrelv is going to get cut from this list. And then the voices are good. They are good, but they're not always good. And they oftentimes have trouble attacking. I'm not sure about the bats either, because it feels like every matchup where we would have them, you either have aggro decks where they're too fast for the bat to matter, or they're the slower decks, and this deck is too slow to capitalize on the bat temporarily taking their thing away. It's not like a deck like Dimir, where you've got like Enduring Curiosities and a pretty actually good, quick attack. This deck is more grindy and beats you in the late game. So whatever you take with the bat, they'll eventually just find a removal to get rid of it. So I wonder if the bat is not actually good, and that we should just be playing other things that interact with the board, because technically I don't think any of the combo decks or like the slower decks win with threats that you can't interact with. Like even Omniscience still puts a thing onto the battlefield that's a creature that you can kill. I play 2 of it and I really like it. It is possible also that, yeah, the bat should just be like two bats and that's enough. So yeah, I think Skrelv is, it feels like it should play a lot better than it actually does. So probably Skrelv is just going to get cut entirely. Let me go ahead and just craft this Zoraline. I think I like the sideboard for the most part. I do need to see if Scavenger is good, although Scavenger does have this, even as we've seen so far, like it can clean up all the Overlord tokens, for example, while leaving your board alive for the most part. I mean, Cosmos Collar? Oh, okay. I also do play two bats too, because it triggers Cosmo. Yeah, and that's another thing, which is he's a bat, and his trigger revolves around bats, and these bats do trigger him. Although I don't think that's a nice little synergy, but I don't think that's enough by itself. So which things do we have right now that are clerics? It's Hinterland. That's a soldier. This is also not a cleric. Grand Abolisher would be the cleric, and it's not these guys. These bats, no. Amalia's a scout. Creature's a cleric. Yawgmoth is not a cleric. This is a cleric. I don't think I would want to dedicate the slots necessary to make Shadowrite actually good in this deck. And obviously this version isn't playing the 2-1 Starscape Cleric. And I need to figure out if Caustic Bronco's good. It seems like it's good, but it seems like it's not good as a 4 of. So I'm probably going to wind up making this 2 bats and cutting Skrelv. And I don't think Zoraline will actually be good enough in the long run, but I'd like to at least see if that's the case. And then how many things get raised right now? It's 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 14, 18. That's not a lot of cards to raise, but then again, we don't need that many because this is only a 1 of in our deck now. The reason I hate Cavern is they always have 2 removal. The reason I hate Deep Cavern Bat is they always have 2 removal, and it makes it kind of redundant. I feel like it never actually stuns them. Yeah, it can only temporarily, like, the best it can do is, like, keep them off of a thing for a turn or 2, but they'll eventually just find an answer to it. James, if you've got... So you say you have your own deck list version of this with the Shadow Ray. I'd like to take a look at that if you can link me to it. You can't put a link in the chat because YouTube will just auto-moderate it away. But if you've got like a Moxfield username or something that we can look up, we can take a look at your deck. Because I am interested to see how you've built it. I'm also interested to at least try a Shadow Rite Priest deck and see if, like, how that works out. Because it does feel like Valgavoth will win most of the time. And then the combo is the... I forget which side of it is. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain the life. So if you have this plus Battles plus Starscape or Enduring, then anything that causes them to lose life, you instantly win. You can have this as a 1-of, you can have Valgavoth as a 1-of, and then you play some Shadow Rite Priests. Problem is the Shadow Rite Priests are freaking terrible on their own. I don't need to make one, I just got back in MTG like last month. I can send you a list, like type it real quick if you like. Sure, that works too. I don't really like Duress and Dreams, because there's lots of situations where they're not good. Like, you take one thing in their hand, but they still have a second one, or it's later in the game and you need to draw actual cards. They're okay. Go for the Throat might also not be that great. I like the rest of the stuff. Elspeth I'm actually not sure about. I only cast it once in the entire regional, and it was fine. It is obviously, like, it's not that it's a bad card, I just don't know that it's good in this deck specifically. The double token thing also really doesn't pair that well with what we're doing. You can make double mobilized tokens, and that's basically it. Or I guess double vampires if you're on lower life. Double rats would be pretty nice as well. I guess you also make double spirits off a ration. Anyways, what do you guys think of this data? Before we go. I believe Is It Prowess had a crazy result. Like, it was something like 53% win or higher when you account for the end of the tournament. I think Prowess was a mistake. Yeah, Corey, it's a lot of cards. It's not just Corey Cutter. That's just the most obvious one. Right now, I think there are like 8 or 9 cards that need to get banned from Standard. It is Slick Shot, Quarry Cutter, Rage, Manifold Mouse. I really hate Screaming Nemesis, but I don't think it necessarily needs to get banned, but I would ban it if it were up to me. Then there's Beanstalk, Hopeless Nightmare, and then after that you can debate what other card needs to go from Pixie, but I think it's probably just this town. Or Storm Chaser's talent might actually secretly be too good. And then what was the other one? That's Red Bounce and Zur. Leyline, Red Leyline's also a problem. The Red Leyline, Slick Shot, Cutter, Rage, Mouse, Beanstalk, this town, Nightmare. That's 8 cards. And then 9 if you count Nemesis. But I don't think most people think Nemesis is an issue. What do you think the rotation in September will do? It does nothing for Is It Right? It gets rid of temporary lockdown, which is one of the best answers right now. What are the other big ones that rotate? Let's see. Oh, how did I forget Oculus? Oculus needs to get banned. Crofts might also be an issue. Let's go here, and then let's look at Prowess, Oculus, Mono Red, Esper, Jeskai Control, Zur, Omni. Actually, the Omni deck also needs to get banned. It's just not a good play pattern. Get rid of Enduring Curiosity as well. That card's fucking miserable. So a lot needs to go. Mid-range. So what do we lose in the rotation? Alright, so what goes away? Is Swift Spear not reprinted? Because Swift Spear going would be a loss for these decks. But otherwise, everything else here survives. Swift Spear. Brothers War is the latest one? Okay, yeah, so they lose Swift Spear, but whatever. They'll just play something else. Oculus loses nothing. Mono Red loses Swift Spear, and that's it. Pixie loses nothing. It's these sideboard lockdowns. Jeskai Control. They lose lockdown. Zur. Okay, so Zur goes away, so the domain deck collapses. I mean, you can still play domain big stuff, but you don't have Zur as your win, which is a pretty big loss. Omni, I don't think loses anything. It loses just like, I think Afara is rotating, but whatever. Some of them don't even play that. This goes out, but they'll just play some other draw spell. Lockdown. Mirror Mid. They lose nothing. Go for the Throat rotates. Yeah, so the only cards that are rotating that matter are Zur, Lockdown, Swift Spear, and Go for the Throat. That's it. Some lands should rotate. Are they? Is it the Pain lands? Fundamentally, the decks don't change that much, though, except for Domain. All right, let me get this list. Foxfield. New deck, Standard. Raise by James Sanderson. List is... You have Authority main deck? That's cute. Okay, that's not going to work. Authority of the consoles. Interland. Sanctifier. Cut down. What's Channeler? Is it Essence Channeler? Sheltered by Ghost. Bitter Triumph. Shadowrite. What is the full name? Shadowrite Priest with a dash. Three Starscape Cleric. Only 2 Amalia. 2 Preacher of the Schism. Zorline. Raise the Past. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Valgavoth. Well, your lands need work, but we'll fix that. Swamps. Caves of Koilos. A concealed courtyard. Restless Fortress. Really? It can't get the... Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Amalia. 2 of these. Zorline. Valgavoth. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Is that everything? Yeah, okay. 59 cards. Did I miss something? Authority. Sheltered. Shadowrite. Also a cleric and a bat. Okay, yeah, sure. Why does this not add correctly? Anyway, that's obviously wrong. Bleachbone, Verge. Why do you have more black sources when your turn 1 plays are white? That doesn't make any sense. And you have 24 lands? I guess you do want to bet as many lands as possible for Shadow, right? So what is the breakdown on this? You're trying to make it even, but it isn't because Bleachbone isn't actually white until later. So I think it's supposed to be like this. Maybe that's a little too skewed. Just make it in favor of planes. So I followed your list, I think, exactly, and it's still 1 card short. Do you know what that is? So 3 Authority, 4 Hinterland, 2 Cutdowns, 4 Channelers, 1 Sheltered, 2 Bitter, 4 Shadowrite Priest, 3 Clerics, 2 Amalias, 2 Preachers. Oh, it's only 2 Zorlines. 3 Rays. 1 Conquer, 1 Valg. Plains, Black, Caves, Courtyard. Literally just got back an MTG from Shadowverse. Blood Witch is missing. Main board? Okay. Blood Witch. I feel like you wouldn't need Blood Witch. You would just need another Cleric if that's the case. No, yeah, you don't need that. You need Ellis. And Ellis is a Cleric. So that works better. Not only a Cleric, but has life gain on ETB instead of death. All right, we can try this, although you don't have a sideboard, but that's fine. We can run this through best of one. Where's import? All right, what am I missing? Valg, Bloodthirsty. Well, I definitely have Zoraline. I don't know what the fuck that's talking about. Or do I not? Yeah, I have a Zoraline. Why is it saying I don't have one? Oh, it's saying I don't have the second one. Okay. How many rares do I still have? 25. How much does it cost me to build this? 10 rare, 2 mythic, 4 uncommon. That's fine. No sideboard. Craft. I assume Restless is in there so that you can start the chain going if you don't have another way to do it. Alright, let's go. Let's test it out. I probably should make these have different arts, but what can you do? Alright. Ranked best of one. Raise. Wait, how many lands are... Oh, it's 24 lands, right? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, that looks fine. Keep... Turn one, Hinterland. Seven Reef. Storm Chasers. Yeah, let's just play Shadow Priest. Swing. I was considering sheltering the token, but that's fine. Alright, we're definitely sheltering that. No attacks. Put it on the Hinterland. And swing. I feel like considering your combo and stuff involves life gaining, I would want more shelters than the other removal spells, but who knows. Your deck also doesn't have any way to dig for stuff other than Amalia, but you only have 2 copies of Amalia. Alright, so they're just going to do as much damage with this otter token as possible, which doesn't matter because we're at 24 and gaining more life every turn. Alright. Shadow Priest. Kill this thing. Malcolm. Okay. And they seem extraordinarily dead here. Quick shot. And they don't have any good blocks. They're attacking? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, alright. This is fine, if a bit slow, but we do have a curve. Alright, let's just kill it now. Don't let them spawn by casting multiple spells or whatever. Oh, that would have been better to kill. I don't know. Channeler. So this is gain life equals counter, die equals move the counter, and if you lost life, it's flying vigilance. Okay. Yuck. Why'd they play the land first? What if they hit a land? Yeah, no blocks. Gonna rage it? Sure. We're taking 10 or 12 this turn, I guess. Creature, and then we pass. Oh, great. So I have to double block this guy, right? He deals 6. So I go to 1 after that? Fantastic. Yep. So I can raise, and that doesn't do anything, and then we're dead. Yeah, okay. That's the game. Okay, sure. This card looks oddly stretched for some reason. Oh, Valgavot's never a card we want to draw. So, wait, Ral is in their deck? What? I feel like this is like guaranteed to be a counterspell or something, so let's just play Shadowrite. No, it wasn't. Or they didn't care to. Alright, removal, sure. Same difference. What the heck is this deck? It's blue-white control, but then it has Ral in it? Really hoping we drew a land there. Alright, I'm gonna play Hinterland and map it, try to hit a land. There we go. Map again. Excellent. Oh, it's Jeskai, but not like the Chico with this stuff. Okay. Let's play Amalia first. Then that. And then I guess I want to play Shadowrite to get more damage in. No, I want to hit lands. Is this an instant speed ability? It is, wow. Beza, okay. Wow, that was great for us. Authority making good work here. How many things do I have in the yard? Just 2? I'm fine drawing that. Also enters tapped. I'm gonna do a lot of damage here. Batty control attacks. So the best move is probably Starscape with Bitter Triumph open, so play this first. Triggers. Oh, it is a land. Okay, so I can play Zorleen this turn. Again, then they take more damage, then Amalia again. Definitely been cut down. Alright, so they pretty much have to have a sweeper or else they're dead. I mean, I guess the fish can, like, chump Amalia, but, you know. Forward trigger, authority. And they take more damage. Spin that. Okay, sack the token. So they clearly don't have lockdown, or I feel like they would have just slammed it. I mean, they still would take damage from Zorline, but... Lightning Helix on the Starscape Cleric. Yeah, okay, sure. So, how does Bloodthirsty Conqueror read exactly? Is it that much? Every opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Okay. So, we swing, Zorline gets through and does 4 damage. I can raise, and then they're probably just dead to that, right? Yeah, alright. Raise. Comes back, then we gain a bajillion life, and this cleric's gonna trigger 10 gajillion times. Combat. And then just Zorline attacks and they're dead. So, I don't think Essence Channeler is good, but to be fair, I haven't played that many games with the deck yet, but I've also tried similar cards and Essence Channeler itself in other versions of Raze before, and it's never been good there. So I don't know if the fact that you can sack it to Shadowrite Priest makes it more valuable than it normally would be, but it doesn't feel like it. Also, by playing Valgavoth, you do have situations where it's just in your opening or you draw it at some point, and it's terrible. Alright, so presumably this is another Boros control. So creature ought to be good here. What now? Okay. Token. Play this because I'm about to gain life, and then swing. Both of these trigger because we're at the same life total. Ooh, that's pretty good. It's per instance, not amount of life. Most of them are like that. It's the snake is specifically amount. Virtue of loyalty. Make a knight. Okay. That. Combat, swing, card. Quintorius. Alright. So that's what we're doing? Gotcha. Razor. And then what does that hit? Another Discoverer, okay. What does this do? It's +1 in trample. How are we discovering into a 3-mana card? Oh no. Okay, yeah. Sure. So it's not an infinite combo, it's just a pretty good chain. That's still not even as good as what I have on the board. So we go bitter, kill this. Swing. I guess I could just kill Quintorius. Let's see what I draw first, I guess. So combat, this and this at you. Draw a card. Sure, now they can block if they want. Really? I'm perfectly fine with that. Just make a 3/2 is the next one. That's fine. Move the counters here. I guess we'll play this. I was really expecting they would try to trade. Okay, so we discover again. Another Sage of the Skies, sure. Quintorius triggers. Does Quintorius gain them life? Yeah, you gain 2, sure. So, I understand what they're doing, but this seems like a really, like, a lot of bad cards to play in order to get this to work. Ooh, raise. But we only have one thing in the yard. So, combat this and this at you. Draw a card, Zorleen, okay. The tri-block there. And there. Alright, so I can only save one of them. This is 3 mana, right? So I can get back Preacher. That's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine trading like that. I don't know why it's... What is it doing with the damage allocation? What, like, I can kill both of them. Alright. Then we go Zorleen. Trigger. Get back. Preacher. Oh, he's Death Touch? Right, yeah, duh. Is Bloodthirsty also Death Touch? Oh, he's also Death Touch. Yeah, okay. Real stupid on my part. Wow. That was a lot of cards. Alright. So it's one thing back. Oh, it's a finality counter, right? You don't get to keep getting it back. All right. Combat. I don't draw a card because he actually has more life. All right, get back. I guess Sheltered actually is the better one here. Eat a token. And attach it to this one. Eat a token. Alright, Bitter Triumph, pay the 3, kill this. That is a pretty neat interaction, I must say. Okay. This should be on the field first. Yeah, alright. Combat. This at you, this here. And that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Swing. Oh, I should have stacked Zorline first so that the Channeler would be in play when we made a vampire. Yeah, that was dumb on my part. I'm just messing up all kinds of ways today, aren't I? Ride's End on Creature, sure. Get back Essence Channeler. So on the bright side, they basically have nothing going on. They're just in top deck mode. Quarry Mountain getting Geological, sure. And Geological, they've been through a lot already. I mean, I can't imagine they're out. Yeah. Folly's Favor. Into Sage. That's interesting. So he's gone, so we can't get him anymore, and we can't cheat in Valgavoth, so this just finds Starscape, and that's it, which is not particularly good. All right, let's play him, and we'll get the life gain triggers, and he pumps all of our other guys. Then we go to attacks, and we'll swing here, here, here. This is a 5/4, so it doesn't even trade with both. Yeah, let's just swing like that. This is huge. This has Death Touch, and I don't care if they block this because we're going to just raise these guys anyway. Alright. Damage. And we put the counters on Zorline. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it had a finality, right? So it doesn't die. Well. We're just raising anyway. Gain some life. long way away from Valgavoth. Another Scorch of Loyalty. Okay, well, we're still not getting anything. What am I sacking for? I can sack Hinterland or Ellis. Hacking is bad now. Oy. They also have Quarry Mountain, so they're drawing basically 2 extra cards a turn. Alright, what can we get? Creature, another Shadow Ray, Amalia. We probably want Amalia, actually. Alright, let's do Amalia. Trigger, life gain, spin it. And we'll just pass or swing with Ellis. Swing with Ellis. Alright, they took the damage. Five, 6, 7. They're going to attack. Alright, sure, that hits. I guess no, I should have blocked one with the vampire token so we trigger Amalia. Razor, do it again. Okay. Can I see all the revealed cards, please? Autonomous Assembler. Alright, I mean, this will get out of hand eventually, but for now, I can at least go Offspring. Triggers. Amalia. Triggers. Yeah, let's not get that. Trigger again. Land. Play it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm 1 away from Valgavoth, so let's not attack this turn. So this has trample, this has trample, this has flying. These can't block. Another Quarry Mountain Monastery. Alright, no blocks. Got a land, sure. Alright, there's Valgavoth. So, although Valgavoth doesn't even beat this in combat anymore, but good enough. Valgavoth. And life, these trigger. Spin it. No attacks. Yeah, no attacks. Whoa, another land. Corn Mountain into this guy. So what does he do exactly? On target assembly worker. Why are you playing this? Because it's another thing. It's just a thing you can play on turn 2 that doesn't break your discover chain, I guess. No attacks from the opponent, and then virtue more counters. Actually, so I think the longer this game goes, the more favored I am, even though, yes, they are getting a bajillion counters on these things. I don't have to attack yet, is the thing. So let's play Channeler. Triggers, life, all these things trigger. Counters, damage, Amalia, draw land, play this thing. Actually, no, let's sack, I don't know. Sack the token? Sack this guy? Not the token. Sack this dude? So activate, sack the cleric. So Ellis triggers. Let's go grab Preacher? Or Starscape. I guess Starscape. Trigger, these go off. Trigger, 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 get a land, play a land, surveil, bin that. No attacks. And then we're not going to do much better than next turn, so... Pretty sure next turn we raise. Finds Riling, whatever this thing is. What does it do? Another creature gets +1/0 until end of turn. No, at the beginning of combat, another creature gets +1/0, and that's it. All right. Sure. And then double virtues. Authority, you say? There's not actually a reason to play land yet. All right, so raise time. Actually, is that true? They don't have to block. I could also sack a thing, so... Combat. Swing here, swing here, swing here. Not the token. I guess Amalia is fine to attack with. Well, so they gain life. I can just sack whatever they block, right? This is a cleric. This is also a cleric. This is also a cleric. This is the only thing with lifelink. Yeah. Swing with Amalia. I mean, they just have blocks on everything. We just want them in the graveyard so we can trigger again, right? Yeah. So swing. That triggers to gain life. All these trigger. Then cut down for sure. Trigger again. Finds a land. All right, next. Malia. I mean, I'm just, whatever Sage is blocking, that's what we're sacking. Oh, that's it? Really? Sack them all. Sack, actually, no, that's fine, I guess. I can just sack Ellis or Starscape. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Go to damage. I thought for sure they would block with their lifelinker. Sure. Yeah, it gets a counter. Triggers. We're gonna put the counters on Zoraline. Activate, sacking the Ellis. Yeah. Let's go find another Shadow Right. Yeah. Then cast Raise. Everything comes back. A bajillion things go on the stack. And I'm pretty sure the clerics just kill them. Yeah, alright, so they're dead to all the stars. That was, something. Okay, so. We have no sideboard. Yeah, okay. So, I understand the whole Shadow Right into these things plan, but that seems like a lot. So, first of all, if you ever draw them, I mean, I guess drawing Bloodthirsty is okay, but drawing Valgavoth's horrible. So, it does give you, like, dead draws in your deck. Secondly, you need, like, Valgavoth, sure, is definitely good in many circumstances, but it's not like, oh man, I Shadow for Valgavoth and then boom, we win. And Bloodthirsty, you need to also have Cleric in play at the same time, or else it's not really doing anything. I feel like these authorities should just be Case. Especially if this deck is tuned for best of one, you don't know that you're ever actually going to be facing the aggro deck, and so Case is always online. Case lets you get stuff back from the graveyard. I don't know why your removal suite is all diversified like this. I feel like this deck that cares about gaining life, I would want way more Sheltered by Ghosts than these other things. And in particular, I want ways of not just insta-losing to Temp Lockdown, for example, so I would really want, like, Get Lost in the main. I don't think Cut Down is actually good. And so this whole plan is, like, it's interesting, but I don't think that it's worth it. Now, aside from that, also, Essence Channeler is just not good. It really just isn't. I am curious if there is a black creature. So it has to be a creature, and it must be... color is at least black. It just has to be a black creature. It doesn't have to be mono black. A black creature. Although, presumably, we would like it to be in our colors so we can cast it sometimes. So let's look at things that cost at least, like, 4 or more. Presumably that are also rares. Oh, MV. You get Progenitus, I guess. That's probably not even as good as Valgavoth. Atraxa is a hit, although you can't play it. So what else can we get? Not Doomsday. Massacre Worm probably is not worth having. Rotten Mouth. It's just one counter, right? Yeah, okay. Bane, Bloodthirsty, Beator. I mean, these are definitely some things to get. Archfiend's another good one. I feel like if you are going to do this whole diverse suite thing, there's certain cards that I would always like access to. So... in particular, I would like to be able to tutor Gix for when you're just, like, sitting around on the board and you don't have a lot to do. Turn all of your creatures into actual card draw. Gix is also a late game payoff where you can just discard all the stuff and get their stuff. So yeah, I don't think Authority's better than just having Case. Don't like Essence Channeler, although albeit it is a bat and a cleric, so it is satisfying certain conditions, but I don't think you need that. And then removal, I would switch around. Get Lost and Sheltered, I think, are better than these other two. I don't think you need 4 of these either. That seems like too many. And you definitely want more than 2 Amalias. I'm not even convinced Valgavoth is worth it. Anyway, it's definitely interesting, though. So I think ultimately, obviously I haven't played that many matches with it, but I think the Shadowrite Priest is probably just not good enough. And it seems like you sacrifice... I mean, you don't sacrifice too much by playing it, because the Hinterlands, Ellis is already something you would want to play. The Starscapes are already something you'd want to play. You definitely don't want to play these. Preacher is something you can easily justify playing in the main. And Zorleen also... So I think those are all fine. It's mainly these Essence Channelers that suck. I want to get rid of those. But yeah, definitely interesting. Anyway, I think that last match, it went on a long time, was pretty epic. I think now's a good time to end it for today. So, thank you all for joining me. It was nice to share my Minneapolis recap. I think next time we will come back with... I think the combo weave stuff is just worse than the mid-range, so I think at this point, I really want to refine this version of the deck. So in particular, I'm looking at Skrelv. I think that's probably on the chopping block. I would have to be really surprised in the next matches if this stayed around. Bronco is potentially a cut. Deep Cavern Bat is... I don't think it's going to go away entirely, but it's probably getting cut down to 2 cards. I need to see if Zorleen is good in the deck. The rest of this feels pretty tight. I'm not sure if Tenacity just wants to be the bat after all. I think the lands are pretty much locked in. There's maybe some tinkering in the sideboard. Gix is possibly good enough that it should be more than 2 copies. Not sure. Thanks for trying it out. Had a lot of fun watching. You're welcome, sir. Glad you liked it. All right, yeah, so... It's gonna be this next time. Oh, should we open some packs? Apparently I have some packs. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so if anyone's interested, this is the deck right now. And I will see you guys next time.